Hello. What have you done? What are the other things that you've done? What are the not other things that you've done? Sorry, I'm just sort of uh I was chilling with other people and finished reading my book. What's the book? What's the book? What's the book? Okay. It's okay. It's for the better that I was muted. I was making not sensitive reading of the title. Renti adopida de Rosie Ramas accès, etc. So you know. I was being nice. Okay. I'm thinking of what to start with. Oh, I want to watch. Actually, interestingly enough, I said I just do games, but I actually there's a debate I want to watch. There's a new debate that happened. I was not aware of it. I want to watch it. Sort of. I'm interested to see the criticisms of that particular organization and what I will think of these criticisms. I am interested. Sunday and Counterpoint. Yes, that one. I'm interested. I'm interested since I've become increasingly more interested in Progressive Victory as an organization. It has come to my attention, let's just say, that organization. And so I want to see what discussions happen around it, what arguments are being levied, what is the atmosphere around the organization. Is it me or the chat is much more responsive on your stream? The delay is like 3 seconds. Yeah, that's because I've very deliberately chosen. Sorry? Yeah, I've made the. Hold on. Uh, yeah, I've made the settings deliberately so that it would make the delay really, really low, which I'm hoping will make the experience better. Because I'm not sort of, I cannot dual stream for now. I might have to contact someone to walk me through an alternative method to dual streaming to what I've been using now. This person that promised sort of on Twitter made a declaration that they will help people with technical stuff, so maybe I'll contact them. Who knows? Maybe I will. There is a good change. Maybe it'll incentivize more people to come to stream and chat with me, since I assume people got frustrated with the delay and left because the conversation sort of was disjointed. I would see, people's thing would be with a big delay and it would just be a mess. Oh man. And now that's not exactly the case, so that's good. Can you pronounce Khalid's last name for me? Uh, where? Where? Second sex. Uh, Rashid. Rashid Khalid. It's not Khalid? Is it Khalid? Is it Khalid? Is it Khalid? 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 Khalid with the Hebrew ch? Okay. Okay. That works. Is the H actually pronounced like I just did? Is it supposed to be pronounced with this hard H? With this throaty H? Or can it be just Khalid? Or does it have to be Khalid? That's my question. Is there languages in which the ch being pronounced there is languages in which the ch is supposed to be like this throaty, hard sound, so it's important to be sensitive to languages, respect languages. I might do. That is good. That is wow. That is good. I might steal that from President Sunday, doing actually trying to give people a heads up as to what will be on stream. That feels like a good idea. It's similar to the Cecha in German or Polish. Well, the thing is that there used to be a difference between the Cecha and Ha alone in Polish, but the difference sort of faded, and it's basically just the same sound now. There's no big difference between spoken Cecha and Ha anymore. Polish. There used to be, not anymore. And also the L sound used to be pronounced much more like in Ukrainian. That changed pretty abruptly, I would say as well. It's just like a pretty big change all of a sudden. Very interesting. So, what should I do? People are not here yet. So, before we do the debate, we're gonna play a game. And then when more people sort of tune in, we're gonna do a debate. I'm gonna react to a debate. I've got a perfect game to play for now. Hello, Emily S. How are you? Hello, Emily S. I'm thinking. Well, we're having a gaming session, but I'm thinking of watching a debate. But I'd like more people to be on for the debate, sort of. You know? I want an audience for the debate reaction to see people be mad for my takes about progressive victory. Want to create controversy, and when I create controversy, people will talk about it, and then more people will come, and that will be my ticket to. That will be my own personal progressive victory. You know, that is my scheme. Oh damn. You know? What do you think of my plan? Is it good? In the meantime, oh, that's the name of the thing.
Sega.
Sega does what Nintendo don't. Pa para pa 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 para pa 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 para pa 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 para pa pa para pa pa pa.
それでは作戦を説明します。
The enemies invaded the windmill plaza and has taken almost the entire area over. We'll deploy from this position. Hide behind sandbags for cover as you advance forward toward the plaza. Our goal at this time is to eliminate the enemy leader. I'm pretty sure they'll be there in the plaza area. Be careful, there may be enemy units hiding behind the buildings out there. Hidden enemies won't show up in the command mode view, so be careful as you make your advance. Okay, let's begin. Yes.
これより風車島広場にいる帝国軍を攻撃します。隊長を倒せば指揮系統が乱れて町の人たちが避難する時間を稼げるかもしれない。
分かった。気をつけていこう。
ちょっといい？今から説明することをよく聞いて。
行動開始する。
I think so. I think I've seen a bit of it. Kind of feels like big bad Russian Empire attacking little old Ukraine.
行動開始します。
Even has the two heads like Russia. Sorry, I have to check something because sort of based on World War II, but not exactly. Sort of, but not exactly. Sort of, kind of, but oh, the game crashed. The game just crashed. That's lovely. That's great that the game just crashed. I love it when my games just crash. So I guess we're playing something else. Wow. I didn't expect the game to crash outright. But here we are. I guess the universe really just wants me to do the President Sunday thing or whatever. Whoa. I know, right? Should I try the game again, or should I try something else? That is definitely a question. Let me become big on the screen. Yeah, I should just play some New Vegas. New Vegas never crashes. New Vegas never crashes. Now that game, that would never crash. Debate. There are a few other games that I'd like to try on stream. What? What's with the face? What's with the Pepe? Why the Pepe? It's true. It's true. New Vegas is like it never fails me. It would never crash, of course. Of course. And it would never get stuck in loading either. It's like the ultimate chicken horse game. Maybe you should just play the ultimate chicken horse. Maybe that's the game that I should be playing on stream. The ultimate chicken horse. Celeste. Why didn't I think of that? That's a thing that I have not played in a while. Might as well play some Celeste. Why not? It's a game. It's a gaming stream. Celeste. Why didn't I think of that before? All games allowed. Is it even on screen? I mean, New Vegas is also the trans game. Sort of. Why isn't it on screen? Why isn't it working? Why can't I see it on the screen? Very interesting. Well, we played this. I'm modding New Vegas, the trans game. Climb. I died 340 times. I forgot how to play this game, by the way. And all papers stick out from amid the clutter. Attention hotel staff, it is my sad duty to inform you that the Celestial Resort Hotel will close indefinitely following this season due to circumstances beyond our control. It was an honor to have served alongside you all as we worked tirelessly to ensure that our guests enjoy the most hospitable and memorable experience possible. I write this with a heavy heart. This hotel has become my home. Its staff and patrons my family. I will miss you and all dearly. Mr. Oshiro. Oh, you can swim in this game. I forgot how to play this game. Hello, Ari. I'm trying to play this game, but I forgot how. Where am I supposed to go now? What am I supposed to do? I also forgot. It's been a while since I played Celeste. I forgot what to do. I don't know what to do. I haven't even begun cleaning and direct. I feel like renewed lightness is spirit. That's the power of positive thinking. Actually, I cleared out some of the clutter for you. Oh yes, thank you, Miss Madeline. But please relax and let the hotel staff handle it. Oshiro, you fool, you're losing her. Guests don't want to spend their time cleaning. Are you okay? Yes, of course. This is the finest hotel you'll ever visit, you'll see. How could I let my problems pile up like this? Oh wow, okay. I've got new paths. Mr. Oshiro is a troubled man. Theo, are you a guest here too? Madeline, or Madeline. I'm so happy to see you right now. I'm all about spooky mysteries, but this is getting too real. Have you talked to Mr. Oshiro? I think he could really use some help. You think? He's a creepy old weirdo. I bet he's cleaning out a nook to hide our bodies as we speak. I'm gonna crawl through this vent. It's blowing cold air from outside. Come on. Mr. Rishido's troubled, but I don't think he wants to hurt us. Troubled. Oh. He just needs to clean up his mess. I want to help him. Madeline, hey, that's very sweet, but this is dangerous. We need to get out of here and call an expert on creepy old dudes. We aren't prepared for this. I think I can get through to him. Go on ahead and I'll catch up with you later. Man, you're more stubborn than my sister. I thought that was impossible. Take care of yourself. Thanks, Del. I'll see you outside. Died. Oh. Oh, the water killed me now. Uh-oh. Got it. Yeah, it has a good soundtrack. Oh. That's right, Alan B. Wow. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna be watching President Sunday debate later. Ah! I died again. Oh wow. Miss President Sunday Connor debate. I wanna check it out. I think once we get about, I don't know, 10 people, we'll get into the debate. Oh, it's too early for my age, I think. Okay, we got it. We go to the next screen. All right. Oh. Oh! Oh, wow, wow. Oh, thank you, Calico Parker. I'm not very good at this game. Maybe I'm a fake trans person since I'm not good at platformers. What the hell? No! No! Uh-oh. Okay, I'm a fake trans person. Officially. It's okay, you can still become good at Fallout New Vegas or Danmaku. True. I stake my transness on the New Vegas thing. Oh, wait. Almost got it. Nice. I stake my transness on New Vegas. Wait, maybe... Wow. I'm so bad that 2 people dropped out. This is a difficult moment! Okay, I'm very bad at this. Almost. Don't become good at Paradox games, those are lame. We're about to watch a debate. Listen. I think I'm shaming myself. Yes, no! Oh my god! Listen. Save and quit. I give up for now. We're watching a debate. That's enough. Exit game. That's enough. I can't do it. I have to watch a debate. So, are you excited? Do you know what the debate is about? Are you excited for the debate? Are you excited as I am? Lucy the wuss. Oh, be quiet. I'm not a wuss. It's just that, you know. Life's life, you know. Yeah. I already have enough stress in life over things that are beyond my control. Which reminds me, I have to check something real quick. How's the... Oh, free new news. Oh, God. Oh? Huh. Patriot systems. I guess Europe has a lot of those, but they just don't want to cough them up. Yeah, why are you being so mean to me? Okay. We're watching the debate. We're watching the debate now. No time to complain. Where's the President Sunday debate about progressive victory? I've been waiting for this. Well, I've not been waiting for this. I didn't know this existed. I just learned this existed. But you know what? The Progressive Victory organization has been put on my radar. As I've said, I'm interested about what the discussions are being had. Is he critical of it or supporting it? President Sunday? Is he critical of Progressive Victory? I'm pretty sure President Sunday is critical of it. So, yeah. We're gonna see. There's a debate between President Sunday and Counterpoint about Progressive Victory. I suppose Counterpoints is part of Progressive Victory, right? I think Counterpoints is actually employed by Progressive Victory, so we'll see. We'll see. We'll just have to see. I'm curious. I'm curious about the arguments. We'll just see. Let's just jump into it and see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's just jump into it. React. President Sunday. I'm gonna make it full screen, etc. So it's all kosher. It's a 1 hour 56 minutes debate, so might as well give it a like to boost it in the algorithm. Progressive Victory. I've heard it described as basically like an org that is a branch of the Democratic Party. So I'm really wondering what sort of arguments will be put to the table, what I will learn. Let's see. Let's see. I am vaguely familiar with Progressive Victory. I am vaguely also familiar with who's in it, which people are in it. And I'm also familiar with which people used to be in it and what sort of people those people were replaced with. I'm alluding here to Brianna Wu being gone from the org and being replaced by someone else. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess if we're going to talk about it anyway, so my perspective hasn't really changed this entire time. You know, basically.
So this is Counterpoint. It's going to be discussing with President Sunday Progressive Victory. I assume he's going to be protecting, sort of defending Progressive Victory. I cannot see, I sort of don't, I don't suppose he's going to be bashing the organization that he's a part of. He is a part of it, right? Russia is supportive of them. I think, Is Vosh part of Progressive Victory? I know he has events with them, but is Vosh part of it? Is Vosh part of Progressive Victory? Does anybody know? Does anybody know if
People
Vosh
should
is
be
part of
disclosing
it?
their financial relationships. They should be disclosing their incentives. They should be honest about what
Sorry,
they're
what?
trying to do. People should be disclosing their financial relationships. They should be disclosing their incentives. They should be honest about what they're trying to do.
I mean, in some cases, such things such as pay, etc., are sort of non-disclosable under contractual agreements, right? So sometimes you can't just say, "Oh, I make this, this, and this," because it's sort of you're not supposed to under contract or whatever, right?
Do, but I think that there are a lot of leftoids who are just, they like being crabs in a bucket. They like slicing each other's legs off as soon as somebody's about to crawl out of the bucket. And so I would be curious what any of the critics have done for the upcoming election to see if there's anything that they have done that's positive that is worth replicating or worth considering, but I very much doubt it.
So that's the defense. Basically, the defense right off the bat is Progressive Victory is actually doing tangible things towards the upcoming election, and I am curious if the critics of the org have done anything even similar or, well, anything basically. That is basically what is being said right now. He isn't part of it, but he does platform them and calls their work good. Okay. I mean, Progressive Victory does have some good and competent people in it.
Are you asking me or are you asking F-bombs?
This is more of a statement.
Oh, I see. I mean, I don't really have a problem with PV. I just think the online networking is sort of not well thought out.
Okay, I guess I stand corrected. President Sunday does not have a problem with Progressive Victory per se. He just has a problem with their PR, I guess.
A couple people
Sure.
involved are kind of unbearable, but other than that, I don't really have an issue with it.
Who are the people involved that are unbearable? I mean, Brianna Wu is out of it. I assume he at least means Destiny. I assume unbearable people. I think he means Destiny, but I cannot think of anybody else that are unbearable within Progressive Victory. But then again, I don't know that many people within Progressive Victory. What are you doing for the election is not really a good response to any criticism of Progressive Victory, I guess. But I haven't really heard any criticism of Progressive Victory. But there is a point to be made that many people that sort of I've seen criticize Progressive Victory have also basically expressed a sentiment of doing anything being futile. So while it is not exactly the strongest point to be made, it is still sort of a point, right? Because I have heard people criticize Progressive Victory on what it's doing, while simultaneously basically saying that it's not worth doing anything. I watched a little further. They addressed the transparency of the group. Okay.
If you wanted to be on to the debate about PV,
Aren't certain things just contractually undisclosable?
you're going to be a little disappointed. I'm not that hostile to it.
Well, I can kind of just pick at some of my questions or concerns or criticisms of you, but just since they're watching the PV thing anyways, I figured we could address that first.
That's all right.
So with the PV stuff, Queeman, I don't know if you want to like take up the devil's advocate position or whatever, but literally for me it's just fucking disclosure, and all the people
Oh,
who are
this is Queeman. Okay, I didn't know this was Queeman. So I guess this is a freeway discussion / debate between President Sunday, Counterpoints, and Queeman. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I assume Queeman is also pro-progressive victory, since he just said, would you like to take the devil's advocate position?
for critics. I have no idea what the fuck that they've done for the upcoming election that's worth consideration.
Well, yeah, I mean, for me, it was always disclosure. And then, I think it's funny to take jabs at it being ineffective and stuff, but ultimately, I don't really give a fuck whether it's effective or not. I'm not invested in it failing. I'm not sitting there thinking, God, I just hope they get as few doors knocked on as possible, as few registered voters as possible. I'm not sitting there thinking that. I'm just sort of like, oh, it's kind of funny to poke it, especially if you're going to go.
Oh, so basically Queeman just doesn't care, which is very on brand with the Chad Logic sphere. I just don't care. It's just funny. It's just funny to poke at it. I just a big old laugh. Yeah, that tracks. That Queeman, the protege of Chad Logic, would say that. Of course, I'm not even surprised.
Well, we knocked on 40,000 doors. What have they done? It's like, well, how many registered voters did you get though? If you're going to come in with the numbers.
Well,
yeah,
I think,
sure. And
I think as far as that's concerned, like that's annoying and everything. I think the only thing is, as soon as you're, using your canvassing efforts or whatever as like a sign of your political experience or something like that, like it's not like it's a thing you're using for clout or to like puff up your own like involvement or whatever. Like I just think people trying to act like this is some kind of selfless act is a little bit obnoxious. But I don't.
What does selfless act mean here, though? Like, I'm not even sure. What do you mean when you say people claim it to be a selfless? What's the I'm not sure why say that.
I have no issue with
yeah.
Like, does it matter if it's a selfless act? And what is the selfish element in it? In sort of canvas, I'm not sure where this line of reasoning is going. To be quite honest, I'm not sure where this is going. I'm just not sure where this whole thing is going.
This is all true.
Even on the disclosure
me,
thing, if I may very quickly, like I only think that's really a problem if you're talking about people who are plugging like a specific political message. Like Rezi and what's his face, Beckett, they were on Wick's ass for like being slow to disclose that he was being paid for this. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think he was pushing a specific line or whatever that was sort of downstream from that. I just don't really care what the level we're talking about here.
And I'm kind of curious for your guys. Like so Queeman, the reason why I'm in your chat sometimes, the reason why I actually consume a decent amount of your pre-recorded content, the same reason why I'm in Chad Logic's chat and I consume a decent amount.
Oh God. Imagine wasting your time by consuming Chad Logic's. Okay, fair. Everybody chooses what they do with their time.
Of his pre-recorded content is because the truth is that I think we've all kind of realized that a healthy chunk of this space is drama, right? Like even if you look at Destiny and like all of his content and stuff, we dress it up in the fancy intellectualism of political debate, but ultimately we care more about the relationships and how they're built and how they fall apart. So embrace.
I mean, speak for yourself. I'm sorry, speak for yourself. There are creators that not only do valuable stuff in the internet space, in the streamer space, they stay clear out of drama, but some of them even do valuable things in real life. I just don't think, like that. While that might be the case, that a huge, easy chunk of the internet content creation pie is drama, it doesn't follow that the best way of action is to mindlessly embrace it and just do drama. Because I can give examples of creators that actually do not do much drama and don't just dress up drama as debate or discussion about politics. And it wouldn't be much of a problem to do so. So I just
seen that kind of like nihilist black pill of it's all drama. You and Chud unapologetically go for drama, and therefore it actually ends up being the most entertaining.
that's depressing.
Any objections to those statements?
Yeah, I've already told them. I've already told my objections to these statements. It's just tabloid level. It's basically like saying that the biggest chunk of the media are tabloids, and hence it's best to just embrace tabloid level journalism because it's, you know, let's just be unapologetically tabloid like. And that real sincere journalism basically is not a thing. I just don't buy this premise. Not everybody just dresses up drama as discussion about politics. Because there are people that genuinely don't, that genuinely care about the issues and genuinely discuss them without bringing drama into it.
No, you're
Yeah,
just
I mean,
rating it, so I'm
obviously,
not gonna
obviously,
complain.
you're here because you like to laugh at weird gay people. Let's be real.
I mean, you're not wrong. So the okay, but then let's talk about like politics, right? Because allegedly there was this thing called like Twitch and YouTube politics where people who were concerned with political shit would talk about political shit, ideally hopefully to have some kind of long-term or short-term effect, if even if small, right? And so when we're talking about politics, correct me if I'm wrong, but particularly in a democracy, it's about clout, basically. It's about gaining as much influence as possible and as much power as possible in order to wield that to affect change that is in line with your ideology. So
I don't think clout is the best way to put it, to be quite honest.
Sunday,
I think
objection.
that's a very productive way to see these things.
Do you win plebiscites by being popular? I 100% agree.
Okay, good. Then, but is that how you should be conducting politics? Do you have an objection to pursuing that end?
No?
Okay.
What are you asking specifically?
That's true. Hassan doesn't cover drama, of course. He's lacking in other areas. Hassan does drama, yeah. Hassan himself is sort of a drama catalyst, so he doesn't need to cover drama because he just generates drama around himself. So that's a whole other conversation. He doesn't have to cover drama. He just creates it by calling other creators perverts, psychopaths.
Or do I have an objection to engaging in a political system that awards the victory to the most popular party? Do I believe in engaging in populist politics under those conditions? Of course I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm still like, not you because you're not this other fucking guy or whatever, but like I'm kind of failing to see the fucking beef where it's like, well, you're trying to get clout and money and time and attention and power in order to affect results. And it's like, yeah, no fucking shit. Like that's the whole point
Well,
of it.
I think the issue is more if you say pretending the motivator, the true motivator is the change and not the clout. I think is what Sunday's saying, is that it's obvious that these people, you know, the average streamer that's getting involved in PV.
How many streamers are involved in PV? Okay, I guess I do have a couple of questions here. Just how many streamers are involved in Progressive Victory? And how many of them are dependent on Progressive Victory for cloud? And how many of them are giving the clout to Progressive Victory as opposed to Progressive Victory giving clout to them? What is the relationship here? because that is very important. Like, I just think these sort of things need to be demonstrated. Like, what is your real goal? Clout or the change? And even if your real goal is the clout, does that mean that you're not going to focus on making the change?
Are not more motivated by change than clout. Change is just sort of like the way they dress up their attempts to get clout. And
But the real question is, will their actions still result in the change? Because if it will, then that ceases to matter if their main motivator is clout. Because if the result is change, then what is even the difference? I guess I'll ask that question. If the main motivator is clout and the change is dressing, but the result is still change, then what is the problem in the end? The problem is if the motivator is clout, they say they want change, but they don't really move towards any change in reality, so the change does not come. But if the change comes, then it becomes a non-issue that the main motivator is clout, in my opinion. Does that make sense? Because at the end of the day, the result matters for most people, sort of. So the real question becomes, what sort of results will the main motivator, quote unquote, lead to?
if that has a positive effect, then sure, they probably believe in it. But that's not why they're doing these things. They're doing.
Well,
these
I mean,
things
okay,
because they're a
look.
streamer and they want to
Yeah.
build their career.
I mean that doesn't particularly matter. Every single person who is
See, it's President Sundays just said it. It doesn't matter.
doing politics on a screen, right, is getting something out of it for themselves. Nobody here is like a martyr or whatever. My only issue with PV is I think the logic of bringing specifically Twitch poll, YouTube poll type streamers together into the same room, especially ones that are already supporting PV, it kind of defeats the purpose. It kind of creates internal frictions. It doesn't really cause any real outreach because it's all more or less the same audience to begin with. I would wager that the networking.
Of course, it depends on which people you bring in, because you have sort of people that don't just work within their audiences, but also work within the real world. And those people can bring in the people that they sort of interact with in the real world into the org and into sort of political participation.
Contribution to the turnout for PV is probably pretty negligible, and most of it's just Destiny. Which power to him. but-
I agree. I agree. However, I'm hoping, obviously, when you're creating a project from scratch, you have to go with a little bit of hope. I'm hoping that this could be something long term, and this is kind of like the prototype stages of it. So, for instance, I think we all see, or at least I see cable television and mainstream news and even politicians becoming more internet brained. Like Donald Trump is famous for his shit posting on True Social and Twitter. When you look at Piers Morgan now, Piers Morgan is basically running fucking Twitch panels on his show right now. He literally had Hassan Piker and a few other randos screaming at each other for a few hours. So when I see this convergence of the internet political debate sphere,
We might watch this Hassan thing on Piers Morgan, by the way.
and mainstream influence, which again, Destiny is probably the biggest bridge. For me, I'm like, well, it's going to go here anyways, and somebody's going to figure out how to utilize it first. And I think PV is almost early to the game. Now, maybe they're making mistakes because they're early to the game, but I think their instincts are correct.
Well, I think insofar as it's dependent on these other large figures who are already established in order to be even minimally efficacious. Sorry, I'm so goddamn tired I can't even speak. I'm not sure being first to the game is necessarily the advantage that you think it is. I think really all it amounts to is, so people realize that certain streamers can, pull a decent chunk.
Well, there's many people claim, many theorists claim that being a pioneer sort of paves the way for those who will then come in and take over the market. oftentimes the pioneers don't stay. They sort of pave the way for the future things to come and sort of polish it and become the dominators.
Of people to go do some like mid-level canvassing somewhere, like okay. so they'll just do that. I don't think that's going to be PV. Once again, like I think PV is basically just Destiny's canvassing efforts as per usual, just commensurate with his recent growth, which again, like I've got no particular issue with it. I do think, however, one of the potential downsides to the way in which it's been done this time is because it has involved so much directionally oriented infighting leftward.
Well, I think there are a couple of different sort of aspects to this. I think they're sort of bringing in more serious people to the org, that's for sure. I think they're going to... I think the sort of whole effort will be multifaceted when it comes to Progressive Victory. I do believe so, not just canvassing per se. And I think there will be a move to sort of, as big as important Destiny is, there will be an effort to sort of diversify the focus. But I might be wrong. Bon appetit, Aris. Maybe I'm wrong, but that is the feeling that I've got.
Rather than bringing on people from like sort of like Voshsphere or whatever and like really, you know, getting those two crowds together to sort of maximize your output, I think what it's kind of done is it's broken a lot of people's it's damaged morale around the possibility of concerted effort in favor of the Democrats.
Well, that is unfortunate what happened in the sort of meeting when there was this, Progressive Victory is putting Vosh. I remember this whole meeting in real life when Vosh and Destiny just started arguing basically on camera, I guess, which sort of destroyed this perception or even effort of consolidation. But then again, Destiny openly says that he sees fundamentally Vosh as an evil human being. So he clearly does not want to cooperate with him. He clearly does not see cooperation with Vosh as a viable option, since he himself said that he views him as an evil human, a bad person.
That this is before, of course, like all the Palestine stuff ramped this up to 1,000. So, I think that what would have been a lot smarter is, if you're going to go that route, reach out to communities that are not already politically active. Like, fuck getting Vosh on. Screw getting like the Keffels and all those people involved with like Destiny of all people. That's just going to fuck with their audiences. Get like a Markiplier to boost you, or somebody like half that size. Get someone like that. If you can get someone like that involved, that's big. If you can get like somebody cool who has an audience that's just
Asmongold. Get Asmongold into Progressive Victory.
Generally not already politically involved. Anybody you pull from there is fresh. That's actually a gain. I'm not sure that that's really the case for 90% of the people involved in this right now.
Get Asmongold.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with
Asmongold has a huge audience. That's a huge pool of fresh people, isn't it? In it.
I just think the like the VidCon stunt and everything, I think that was all doomed to fail. And I think these are the kinds of streamers in particular who are the most likely to embarrass you in the long run.
But I do think that there are certain streamers that do bring certain amount of expertise to the organization, a certain amount of knowledge, expertise that sort of actually help boost the profile of the organization. I do believe so. You know? Even if they don't bring a new audience per se, I think they bring in a certain reputation with them, if that makes sense. And there are people within Progressive Victory that bring with themselves a solid, positive reputation.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I think that whenever you get a series of like young people who are ideologically minded together, you're going to run the risk of doing embarrassing shit. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. But I want to address a few things that you said. So, he
I'm not so sure about that. There are young people that are perfectly capable of not turning themselves into an embarrassment.
TV is Destiny with some window dressing. I think that when you're talking about actual people who were recruited in order to go to the canvassing event, I would not be surprised if 80 to 90% of them showed up because they were affiliated with DGG. Would not be surprised at all. However, at least one of them, I had a conversation with while I was on the ground there. He basically said like, "Hey, I kind of like Destiny. I engage with his content, but realistically, I wasn't going to come unless there was like other people there." So he actually came to meet
A
like,
self-aware
irrelevant-
DGGer.
Yeah, well, so he came to meet like Irrelevant and like the Orbiter crew because the Destiny alone was not enough for him to show up, but the combined group was.
Yeah.
So that's at least one other person where having other people. Now, whether or not that's efficacious is a different argument. But reaching
Well, you're
communities that
canvassing
aren't
numbers.
really-
Numbers mean efficacy, right? More or less.
Which ones?
Oh, just if you bring more people, like just all else being equal, like more people's better.
Sure, but if you're paying for room and board for 10 streamers and then you add in 2 people, obviously that's not a great return on investment. And I can only speak to the one person.
Not sure what you're talking about, but we'll run with that.
I know everybody else is tired, so I'll try to make it a little bit more clear. If 280 people would have come and you only needed Destiny to get 280 people, and then adding 10 streamers.
Oh, I see what
and
you're
paying
saying.
for their
You're paying for
flights
the room and board for
hotels,
these streamers. Yeah.
Yeah, then you're paying like a few $100s per extra body added. That's not an effective use of money, right? So, I can say that it exists, but how much it impacts, I don't know.
Well, like there were streamers going who had like sub 10,000 sub like viewers or whatever. These are people who are like basically nothing, who are being paid to be
Well, yeah,
involved.
and
I
would
don't understand the logic there.
I would consider myself among
Let me
that,
let
especially
me
on the
hear.
political.
I don't or whatever. These are people sub 10,000 sub like viewers or whatever. These are people who are like basically nothing, who are being paid to be
Well, yeah,
involved.
and
I don't
would
understand the logic
consider-
there.
I would consider myself among that, especially on the political side. Like my Warhammer channel is doing well, but my politics stuff is very small.
Yeah, but I mean, since your Warhammer stuff is doing well, just hypothetically, I don't know if you've done this, but you could technically have the opportunity to use your larger channel to boost that. If you're not boosting that, then yeah, you're basically operating at Wix scale. But if you're using that, like that would be the advantage of networking, is you can get people who already have these massive organs that they can use to pull other people in. If you're not utilizing that, then it's just like, yeah, I thought you'd laugh at that. If you're not utilizing that, then what's the point? Like you're not utilizing. You're paying for you're paying for a megaphone the
I
size
got
of
it
a
20
kazoo.
seconds later, but I got it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not always about bringing in. It's also about bringing some sort of expertise to the table, right? Like it's a multifaceted organization. Not everybody involved has to necessarily bring in new, fresh people. Sometimes it's good to have also experts on board on certain things, on certain topics, on certain matters, and a certain amount of reputation that will legitimize your organization. That also works. That also works. Like there can be, like even the purpose of certain people can be diversified. Certain people can come in as such experts with a sort of reputation that does not necessarily translate into bringing in huge numbers, but it's still sort of a boost to the credibility of the org itself. But then you can also have the people that will bring in the numbers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so actually, I guess the thing that we can dig into then, because I'm not going to push back on it too hard, because there's not going to be enough for us
There's
to
Loner Box.
disagree.
Loner Box is
But you
like
said-
sizable.
you-
Yeah. Sorry, as you were.
Yeah, and by the way, he's a great dude, and he was having a great time mingling. But so you said that it created lefty infighting, and it was actually exacerbating the problem of like lefty spheres working together towards the shared cause. So could you expand on that?
Yeah. The particular people who were involved, right up to the level of the organizers, are extremely abrasive and acidic people who can't keep their mouths shut and just can't stop attacking the people they're supposedly trying to bring together.
Do you have
She's not an
specific
organizer
examples?
anymore. She's not an organizer anymore.
Yeah,
so-
but there's a I venture
Yeah,
to guess
Brianna was sort of being mentioned. She was replaced.
though that there is a reason for that.
Wait,
oh
hold
yeah,
on,
obviously.
hold on.
Type A personality was what Connor said, wasn't it?
That is
Very
what I
Type
said.
A
Okay,
domineering personality.
were we
was-
talking
that was the
about,
word they
We're talking
used.
Pixie, obviously.
Yeah, Pixie. Yeah, she's just a fucking nightmare.
Hold on. So, is Brianna the only example, or are there other examples? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I mean, in
I
Brianna,
assume. I'm not sure if he just list Destiny here, but
Shadow,
And
like,
did Brianna woo
Well, you've got a
war
guy who
on
you
the
would describe-
progressive 6 months ago?
There's a guy you would describe as a pedophile currently, like fronting a lot of these operations. No.
Listen, it's lower
who?
D.
What?
Wait, who are you talking about before
Vosh.
I agree to that?
Oh,
Gosh.
Vosh?
Right. Okay.
oh, Vosh. But Vosh is not a part of it, though, as I've just heard from the chat. Vosh is not part of the organization per se.
Excuse me, Queeman. It's a
Yeah.
phebophile.
Yeah, it's
very true. That's very true.
pedophilia.
Connor would say.
They were post-pubescent. Okay, they were post-pubescent cartoon drawings. Hold on. I thought we were on the Queeman channel, so we had to be very specific with our language. Where pedophiles were people who had primary attractions to children.
Well,
I
yeah,
thought we had to be
that's- well,
super specific.
Listen, that's why I said as you would describe.
Yeah.
It. I wouldn't call Vosh a pedophile, me personally. I
Well,
wouldn't say all
actually,
that, but-
you know what? Now that I know that the cartoons are post-pubescent, I'd be
Oh,
willing to
okay, your opinion's
negotiate on,
changed
the,
now.
on
Alright,
a
okay.
phebophile.
I'll let food shops
I mean,
know.
but Vosh is not exactly part of the org per se, right? Like there was this embarrassing Chud Logic clip, no? And I'm pretty sure Chud Logic is also not part of the org per se.
There's a way out.
Yeah. If her lolicon drawings are all post-pubescent,
Oh,
we can
here's
agree
a
that she's
question. Here's a question for
phebophile.
you, Connor. Okay, would you
Uh-huh.
describe people canvassing for DGG right now? Would you say they're fighting for democracy?
I hate that question.
They're fighting for democracy.
Yes.
Yeah, you would describe. Okay, so would you describe young
Hold on,
Brianna
what?
Woo as
Yeah.
for DGG right now? Here's a question for
Pedophile.
you, Connor. Okay,
Oh, I wanna
would you
hear that
describe
again.
people canvassing for DGG right now? Would you say they're fighting for democracy?
I hate that question.
I assume the implication is since they're canvassing against Trump, it's fighting for democracy because Trump wants to do away with it.
They're fighting for democracy.
Yes.
Yeah, you would describe.
For controlled democracy.
Okay, so would you describe young Brianna Wu as fighting for segregation?
Why? What did young Brianna Wu do?
She interned for Trent Lott's campaign.
And is Trent Lott like a Republican? Was he
Segregationist.
segregationist?
Trent Lott is a Republican
Uh-huh.
who had to step down due to his support for a segregationist.
Wait, so hold on. Are we doing guilt by association or are we doing his policy?
What he said, what
It's-
was the quote from Trent Lott
it's his
again? He
fault.
said something
I've
to
to
the
figure it out.
effect of, if we had elected this guy, America wouldn't be in the fucking state it's in now.
Nice. Okay, and then I'm assuming he's referencing probably the 1960s person who was like
Yes.
segregation now,
Yes.
segregation
Yes.
forever, or whatever
Correct.
that quote
Yes.
was.
This was at I think this
Okay,
was at a
alright.
memorial for him. I think he had died.
For him. For as a memorial, his birthday service or some shit like that, yeah.
Wait, hold on. So you have me in a trap here where I have to admit that a young Brianna Wu was working
that was the
pro-segregation.
line.
I mean, this is-
that was
Does
I mean,
this
hang
not
on.
make
Well,
her
hang on.
more based for your audience? Like, does that not make Brianna Wu cooler?
I just think it's I just think I would just like to hear you say
For your audience, that oof, the little Queeman jabs.
Brianna Wu was fighting for segregation as a young.
I don't think I
woman.
can say that exact sentence for clip purposes.
I don't. Okay. I don't think she was fighting for segregation. I think she absolutely was doing work to help the campaign of someone who absolutely would fight for segregation if that was on the table. but that's a different
I'm not sure how I feel about progressive victory as a whole.
thing. Brianna Wu acknowledges that this took place. This isn't like a big secret. The only thing that's weird right now is she's trying to weasel around and say she only did it because it was the only job opportunity. And what's a child of multimillionaires to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Poor
No,
babe in the woods.
I agree with her though. There's a job opportunity. You can work for a Republican. You can get into politics. Why not pad your resume? Why not get in there?
You know, when I went to college, I worked a day job, and I didn't like, you know, try to do clerical work for the Klan or something. It's not really how I roll. There is a Democratic Party where she is.
Would you be further along in your career?
I would, if I did get further along in my career, I would then possibly at some point in the distant future have to answer for why I did work for the Klan, which is where we're at now.
You can just say, I was young and I was based and I was trying to appeal to the Queeman demographic.
The Queeman demographic, Jesus. I mean, not incorrect, not inaccurate. Queeman demographic.
If Wu was based, as you say, maybe that's the angle she would have taken. Unfortunately, her strategy has been to deny that her intentions were anything else than just, you know, she just had no choice. It was the only thing available.
They're ineffective as with all electoral efforts. I don't know if they're ineffective. I would have to see data of their results. Like, it's easy to say they're effective, they're ineffective, but I don't know how effective they are. I have no clue. Because I don't have an insight into their results. I don't know how effective or ineffective progressive victory is, to be quite honest with you. So I just cannot make that statement. I cannot make that, oh, they're ineffective. I don't know. I don't have unless there's some publicly available data on how they did on the whole canvassing thing or any of their other efforts. Because short of that, I just don't know.
It's Mississippi, okay? There's
I grew up in
segregation.
the
There were
There's no way for me to know.
Democrats. There were
Directionally, that was the
Democrats in
best
office
choice.
in Mississippi in her life.
But the Democrats
during
were
her
also
childhood there.
segregationists, though.
In Mississippi.
in the late 90s.
What?
I mean, probably. Okay, so the reason why I'm kind of joking, but like Mississippi
joking.
and Louisiana are famous for being like a few decades behind on the social reform, anti-segregation.
That explains a lot.
Yeah. So like Louisiana, I think, has one of the highest incarcerated black populations on the planet. So, which is not Mississippi.
But you
it's
want to know
adjacent.
what's really
Similar.
funny though. You want to know what's really funny though. So this is who she canvassed for and did work for when she was in college in her like early 20s, late teens, early 20s, I think. During her congressional run, she had an ad talking about how one of her motivations for trying to get into Congress was that she grew up seeing the effects of racism and inequality and poverty in the people around her where she grew up. So naturally, of course, this being like her primary influence, she immediately went to canvass and work for the segregationists. I find that a little bit interesting.
Like she saw it. She was working for a guy who was trying to make it worse. So
Yeah,
she saw it. Like, where's the lie?
No, I'm not.
Damn, that's I don't think that's a good thing though. I mean, she was kicked out of the org, so that's neither here nor there.
Gonna argue with you. I mean, like, this is she did say she was ashamed that the Republican Party was a mockery of itself or something like that. Like guys,
Well, yeah.
you're
That's
not being serious here. Obviously, there are people of different ethnicities sharing the washrooms. Like, what the hell? Like, where's your fight?
Well, I
when did your
kinda
balls
wish
drop
she was
off?
here for this because I think she would like to get into it a little bit. But I guess
I don't
that's-
think she's ever going to talk to me again. And
Hello, Shakespeare. Hello.
Yeah.
I don't resent that one bit.
Oh. Well, then I guess that kind of begs the question a little bit. So the political goals, like I see fairly straightforward from my perspective. I think in terms of like systems where there's a goal that PV has that I think is good, which is let's get basement dwelling Twitch poll people out into the real world, canvassing, trying to register people to vote.
I'm gonna say that
Mhm.
back to you, okay? But I'm gonna say that back to you.
I'm so iffy again about the whole registration process, but I guess that is how the US operates, and also the UK for that matter. So, it's just the fact that you need to get people to register in the first place, it's just so bizarre to me. Like in Poland, everybody's just legible to vote because everybody's got an ID. So,
Yeah, okay. You want to get people who are like antisocial, greasy fanboys of Destiny into into an environment with strange women going canvassing and possibly like doing activities. You can see why this is like Is this the best idea?
Are we talking about fellow canvassers, or are we talking about members of the public?
All I'm saying is that there literally had to be a thing on the Destiny Reddit talking about, okay, guys, we need to deal with.
one's ability to vote easily largely depends on the state they're in here in the US. I just find it very bizarre that you need to do canvassing to register people to vote, not to convince people to vote for a certain like group, party, etc. No, just to register to vote. That's just wild. That's wild.
2-hour talk.
But it is what it is. You sort of function within the system that you've got. Like you cannot just throw up your hands and say, I don't like the way things are and therefore I'm not gonna participate at all. Like you have to work within the means that you've got if you actually want to do something.
Stream.
We need to deal with these freaks not being able to be in the same room as a woman without trying to be Destiny with anyone but his wife.
I cannot believe I have to defend the greasy basement dwelling people between the three of us, but I'm going to.
Oh.
Okay. Listen. I love Twitch poll. I love YouTube poll. It's my home. All the schizophrenics here are my favorite kind of schizophrenic. However, I do think it needs to be remarked that a lot of people here are socially fucking weird. That's part of what adds to the spice of the space and the chat and all that.
Well, there are also people within the space and the org, for that matter, that are perfectly well adjusted socially. So,
kind of shit, right? So I think it's admirable to try to get those people out into the real world. But the truth is that if you have 300 guys and you have 8 women and they're all passionately interested about politics, and this is the first woman that they've seen besides their mom and their sisters, and they believe they have a shared common interest, they will probably at some time walk up to them and say, hey, do you like politics? I like politics too. Do you like Destiny? I like Destiny a lot. Do you want to go get a beer after this? And then what'll happen is more than one of them will do that to the point that it eventually becomes uncomfortable.
They'll walk away, and the next one in line will do the exact same thing. And
yeah, exactly.
That's not true. That's not true at all. Some of them will propose coffee. Some of them will... Okay. I got nothing.
Well, I mean, like, we're joking, but yeah, in a way, kind of. Like, I'm sure that
I wasn't joking.
A
I'm laughing, but I'm not joking.
Guy. Yeah, so there was a socially awkward guy who asked the girl out. She said, no, I'm busy. I'm working on the event. I'm busy with this. Please don't, hit on me. We're here for a purpose.
And yes, sir, also some of the organizers also said that we should all just focus on the job. While you're on the job, because even if you're a volunteer, you're on the job. You should focus on the job, right? You should focus on your task.
and then another guy shot his shot, and it didn't
I
work out.
think, if I may, I think the advantage of PV is precisely that it is not directly affiliated with the streamers it's involved with, and so it is this boring gray thing that people get involved with because their favorite streamer is, but it is itself something separate. So when people attend these things, they don't have the expectation that the social rules are akin to whatever the social rules are in like the chat rooms or whatever of the streamers involved.
Yes.
One of the mistakes I think they made by overlapping with DGG so much, it's that part. But leaving that aside, the other part is, now all of these people who are coming to this thing, they are they're showing up with the expectation that the people that we are meeting are representatives of these different groups or whatever, and so you have immediately like a whole bunch of like all of the little Twitch poll dramas and whatnot, that's now going there. If people watch their favorite streamers now like shaking hands with people that they've been telling people for months, like, yeah, this guy wants us all dead or whatever. This guy's like a total psycho. This person like lied about my wife, etc., etc. Like, it's going to make both of them look incredibly two-faced to their own audiences and to each other's audiences and so on and so forth. You're going to like rob it of whatever potential benefit it already had by making the thing now sort of inherently partisan. If the goal is to network, it needs to be something that's sort of operating from a third position outside that's set apart. I think like I think trying to like make this the big streamers thing was probably the worst thing for that, because it lost its distinctiveness as like a separate organization that didn't have to carry the baggage of these people.
It depends on the people, of course. Like that, the whole baggage thing, that depends on what sort of people you bring in, what sort of energy you bring in, what sort of events you create around the organization, what sort of structure you create around the organization. It does not have to be that. It does not have to be like it's being described here, necessarily.
I want to address this twofold. So first, you mentioned that one of PV's advantages is the fact that they could operate as like a paraprofessional organization that's already involved in politics, and therefore they don't have all the baggage of the streamer space.
It's like an arm of the Democratic Party, as someone has described it.
I agree, and I think they might have more capacity than is being presented to the public. And as a result, they have like they don't have streamer. They have canvassing houses. So part of the fundraising and part of the thing that's going on is they are setting up in swing states. I don't know how much of this like I'm supposed to say or not supposed to say or whatever, so I'm just going to give it to you the way that it was told to me, is they have a few volunteers who they are not stopping. They basically get a per diem. They live in that state for the time. They are canvassing on weekends, but they're also setting up the logistics infrastructure to do events before we get a large event to happen in their state. And then what happens is we use the streamers or whatever in order to bring an audience to them. So instead of operating with whatever local power they can get in the 3 to 5 people who are living there and doing the work all the time, they can get a few hundred. So if they had a bandwidth capacity that they couldn't handle on their own, they can use 300 volunteers to take on that capacity. So I think that is admirable, cool, logistically dope. And also on top of that, I would like to hear what the former car salesman guy has to say about that logistics capacity.
So he has.
Is he talking about Queeman? Is Queeman the former salesperson?
That's point one.
He doesn't know what that is. He's nuts.
Okay. Point two. You're saying that we're bringing in all the
Who is he referring to with the former car salesman?
previous dramas, and that itself can be a turnoff, and it can be the
Well, how about
two-faced
let's just to fixate on this a little bit. How many of like the biggest names that are associated with PV now have like a really strong, like loud outward stance on like the Israel-Palestine thing? Now, maybe you.
A real loud stance. I could name a few. Maybe we'll see if they're name. I could name a few. Could name one.
You think that's fine in general, but it seems to me like if your goal is to maximize the amount of people who are voting Democrat, the last thing you want to do is to make it so that if people are getting involved in this organization to canvass for the Dems, they think that they are tacitly signing on to an organization that has a firm stance in this that they disagree with. It seems to me like what you'd want to do, absolutely.
Well, so who do you think is currently with PV that is being outspoken on Israel Palestine?
Destiny, Loner Box. Is Loner Box a part of PV?
Who's currently? Well, I mean, Brando was gone. I don't know about your position. Is Destiny still signed on with PV, or is he like separate, or what's his deal?
So okay,
They've got the DGG logo on it. Okay, he's de facto signed up as far as anybody look.
Yeah, Destiny's very outspoken when it comes to Israel Palestine.
Get his concern.
Right, and so for me, I would be borderline surprised if he was taking a salary from PV. That would be weird to me because it's like he's.
You never know. Yes, Loner Box is on Progressive Victory. And I assume Loner Box does take a salary from Progressive Victory. And he is outspoken on Israel Palestine. So that's one person.
He's already a millionaire. He's interested in this
I'm not.
stuff.
I don't even. I'm going to be real with you. I don't.
Right.
I don't give a shit about that. I do not. I
Okay.
don't care about who gets paid. What I'm concerned about it is if there is the outward perception that this organization has like a de facto firm.
It's a Zionist organization.
Not even necessarily a Zionist.
It's not. Yeah, it's just about having a stance, one way or the other.
I don't even have a problem with people like that being involved. Like, to be clear, I don't actually have a problem with Destiny having a pro-Israel position. The issue I have with Destiny is
I know he was there at the Ohio Open. I know about that.
how he got to it and how he's argued it, which is an entirely separate thing.
But isn't the spice what kind of like brings people in? I guess like if we're gonna tolerate Vosh.
True, but okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. But before I go, I'm gonna just say this. Spice brings people to be an audience of a streamer. But spice is not necessarily what brings people to participate in electoral politics. Spice is not necessarily what makes people vote. At least not the same kind of spice, okay? Like strong rhetoric, strong sort of messaging, sure. But not spice. Those are two different things. Those are different things. In fact, spice is what caused the Law and Justice Party to lose in Poland, one could argue. Because Law and Justice tried to make their whole campaign about attacking a single political opponent, which just backfired. That was spice, and spice cost them the election, one could argue. One moment, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Try to be patient with me while I go and do the thing. Get me a person that will create a bathroom song for me and I'll play it every single time. Thank you.
Vosh's eccentricities, can we not tolerate Destiny's
Well, I mean, if you think,
eccentricities?
if you're of the perspective
Can-
that
I
there's an
don't-
ongoing genocide, then it probably doesn't. I don't think the spice quite lands. Like it'd be like saying,
Wait, hold on. Say that again.
if you're of the
think it's a
perspective,
genocide, it
if
doesn't.
If you
really
well, if you
land?
think it's an ongoing
Yeah.
genocide, like that's going to deter an audience from wanting to get involved in this organization. But
Yeah.
let's flip that around a bit. Let's go on the Vosh angle. I think Vosh is a liability too. Like, why on earth would you? Why on earth would you want? Like, you want the guy who said like we should glass Israel or whatever? You want that person involved in this? Like, leaving aside
This
the
is
tax
why I'm
folders
so
thing.
happy. Like I'm not. Yeah, this is why I'm so happy.
There are people in the organization that are good optically, that have good expertise, good knowledge, and pretty good audiences. There are people like that within this org. Just saying, maybe they should become more forward faces of the org. Maybe that's the thing to consider. They're still growing. They still have a big growth trajectory ahead of them. Maybe it's worth investing in them in advance and to make them more of a front line and center sort of face of the org, especially since they have a better reputation. Maybe that's a thing to consider.
Happy I'm not at the upper echelons because I think I would just have heartburn like a motherfucker. Yeah, but at the same time, so let's say that we're the head of PV temporarily, okay? Vosh says he wants to glass Israel, and on top of that, 13-year-old Japanese cartoon drawings, playing with horses is okay. And then you got Destiny over here, who's like, it's not a genocide.
He agrees on the horse thing, by the way. But continue.
What, Destiny does?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so let's say Destiny, he pretends that he doesn't like the lolicon stuff, but he openly does in other aspects.
I didn't say he doesn't like it. He's
Genocide.
just okay with it. Just to be clear.
He's okay.
I've
he's
heard
okay
claims
with
that he did once link a hentai dojin that had a curiously aged succubus, but I haven't actually
I
looked
wouldn't
into
know.
that fully myself.
We all can picture it happening, even if that didn't specifically happen, right? All right, so
Like
fire-
he begs for little feety pics and whatnot. Sorry, as you were.
Okay, so you fire Destiny, you fire Vosh. Now what?
Well, why would you fire them? As far as I'm aware, Vosh was already plugging PV. You just get Destiny to help plug PV. You don't need them to be involved officially, right? That's
True. That is a good point. You can have better people as the front people of the organization, and you can have those big, albeit problematic people. Just plug it. There you go. That could work. And you can have people with much better reputations be sort of the faces of the org. And I can think at least of a few people that would be great as faces of the org. So, here we go.
That's the whole advantage is you can go to these different people. If one of them fucks up, that's fine because they aren't PV. They aren't the face of PV or like publicly associated with PV.
Yeah,
They're-
and there are pretty good candidates to actually be the faces of the org that would positively boost the whole affair.
just telling people, hey, we think politics is really important. I'm going to go help out this organization, da-da-da-da-da, come and join me. That's perfectly cool. They do this themselves.
How is that different from what they're doing now?
Because you've got DGG on the signpost saying what they're going to do. All of the people who are showing up to these events are showing up as part of the Destiny crew. The person who was picking out the people that they're going to pay was picking them based on her particular friend group and whether or not they would help get her more and more associations with Vosh and Destiny.
If you're saying that right now it's heavily lib progressive and there's an underrepresentation of left progressive, and therefore left progressive might feel jilted in a way.
I don't think that's the point being made here. I don't actually think that's the point being made here at all, to be quite honest.
And therefore not as willing to participate. Then yeah,
that's true.
Balance out.
That's true, but that's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm not talking about
Exactly. I don't think that's the point being made.
the actual demographic makeup of PV volunteers. What I'm talking about is even before you get to that point, because of how intertwined PV has decided to be this term with with like online politics, having people explicitly associated with it, going on to like podcasts and shows and whatnot, and making this like having the whole DGG over PV thing, I think was kind of a mistake that way. Just because of that, that's giving the impression before you've done anything that the attitudes and opinions of the organization are reflective of these particular figures. Because of course they are, because they're going on stream and they're doing it. I think the people who are running this thing would have been really smart to be really neutral, like Brianna Wu, for example. Power to her if she wants to.
I feel like the other people besides Brianna have been pretty neutral, but I interrupt.
Well, I think this Sam guy was. Pixie certainly hasn't. Even people I like in there, like Aaron and Lycan.
I haven't seen what Pixie is.
Even people I like in there, like Aaron and Lycan have absolutely taken like hard stances on things. I think the only person there who's really acted in the way I would like to see someone who's running this type of organization to act would be Josiah.
Well, okay, so this is interesting to me. So if I could
Josiah?
describe it from my perspective, just
Go for it.
meeting with these people or whatever. So Aaron and Lycan are not stereotypical libs or going with like the lib pro-Zionist talking points. They actually do fight, push back in meeting and also outside, kind of being more like nuanced and subtle, particularly when it comes to Israel-Palestine. And then I would also say that you brought up Pixie. I'm unaware of her specific like I'm in DGG tribe, thing. I haven't seen that.
Kind of is, but that's beside the point.
Well, and then Josiah, he does his own thing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
He literally picks like 3 or 4 news stories per day, then he breaks them down in like 10 to 15-minute segments, and he just posts his content, and he just does his thing. And then
that's me. That's basically me. That's what I do. I just need a bigger audience and more clout. Please recommend me to people. That's my little moment too. And please consider donating to support me. My big, ambitious goals.
Happens to be with PV. I would also say that's kind of the way that he conducts himself in meetings.
Yeah,
where
and
he's
I
trying to
think
give,
that's
like, feedback from his
the
content
ideal.
creator. Yeah. But are you saying, so I'm trying to poke at what you're saying. So are you saying that the DGG VGG tribalism has infected the perception of the organization to the point that it's toxic, and to what degree, in which way?
I think there's just the perception that it is itself infected by DGG tribalism. I don't even know if I would say that's necessarily the case. Obviously, there are people in it, and I mentioned Lycan and Aaron as examples of people who absolutely are not infected by that tribalism. Now, it's a little bit complicated, of course, because Lycan is Destiny's employee. But leaving that aside, it's like somebody looking in at this, like let's say you're in Vosh's audience, you've got a very strong attitude on, let's say, non-traditional gender roles or the Israel-Palestine conflict and whatnot, and you look at this organization and who's at the head of it, who are the biggest faces. When you look up PV, who's talking? Sam guy who says nothing. There's going to be Brianna Wu up till very recently. You're going to have Pix, you're going to have you, etc., etc. You're going to have Destiny, and it's like, Wick for some reason. Like, you're looking at this and you're like,
Okay, I just...
okay, hang on. So you want me to go marching door to door with a bunch of people who, as far as I'm concerned, don't acknowledge the validity of a whole bunch of people.
I mean, there are different people that you could mention here. They're a part of the org. No.
really close with and possibly a political advocate for, and are also like cool with thousands of people getting bombed in a Middle Eastern country. Like I'm not particularly down with that. That right there is going to cut a massive wedge into the amount of people who are willing to come in. If it stayed neutral, if it kept like an arm's length between the different creators who were involved with it, and ended up being this hub that actually was capable of channeling the audiences of multiple creators, of like different persuasions, generally like Dem sympathetic, progressive, but of like there's a lot of variety in there. If it was able to do that, I think it would be a lot more effective. You'd be probably pulling the same numbers on DGG's side either way because you'd still have Destiny's involvement. But then you'd actually get like the unresentful involvement of other people as well. I think keeping them separate was kind of critical to all of this. I think where you want to like have endorsements by large figures is when you're dealing with actually large figures with fresh audiences. I think one of the major problems with having these successful streamers involved, like bringing Destiny and Vosh into the same room. I mean, here's a question. How much of a new audience do you suppose you get by combining Destiny and Vosh's audience? Because by my reckoning, they're mostly the same. Like
so my earnest answer to that.
There's also one other aspect of this. There's also one other aspect of this, at least theoretically speaking, because as much as it might not bring any new audiences, Vosh and Destiny, the question is, how many people of their already existing viewer base are politically active? I assume part of the goal here is to politically activate the already existing viewer bases now as well. Isn't that also part of the goal of the whole thing? To activate the already people that they have under them politically?
Question. So I think that they actually
To make them less of just passive viewers and more active participants? Isn't that the whole goal, at least in theory?
So I'm not sure like how much logistics I'm supposed to be putting out there, but like there's infrastructure all over the place, so I don't think I'm telling any state secrets right now. New York and New Jersey were going to be focal points for PB and the election, and there was a more liberal candidate and there's a more progressive candidate who we were looking at helping basically with a canvassing operation. The liberal candidate, if I remember correctly, their opponent conceded before the election. So that's already one, that's done.
Yeah.
So DGG's need to be there to support a liberal is reduced. We can focus that energy someplace else. The progressive person is still going. So the VGG, as I understand it, is going to be largely focused on that. Now, of course, we're not going to turn anybody away, right? If there's like a crossover fan who is only kind of fans of Vosh, but still wants to see him in a room, then obviously he should still go to the event. I think that if you have a VGG standalone event, if Vosh was passionate and if his orbiters were passionate and his logistics people were passionate, you could probably get...
Or Vosh orbiters. Does Vosh even actually legitimately have orbiters to speak of? Like, I'm pretty sure Vosh is pretty isolated. Who would you call a Vosh orbiter? I'm not even sure.
300 people, similar to the way that Destiny has. But I think that if you had a combined event with Destiny and Vosh, even if you said they're not even going to talk to each other, they're just going to be on opposite sides of the room, I think you could probably break 500 easy. Just for the potential of social interaction between those two characters.
I mean, that's a hypothesis.
Characters.
I think
well,
if that was,
I would be more excited to go.
Well, I think if that was the plan, then maybe it would have behooved people not to, spend all of that energy. I don't think
it's the plan. I think they're thinking the way that you're thinking, where they're trying to keep peace enough so this thing doesn't explode.
Okay, well, if that is indeed the priority, though, then the last thing you would do is try to arrange additional events leading up to it before you get to the canvassing. Like the VidCon thing, I think was a big mistake.
I think they were trying. I think that was an attempt to build the bridge, though. I think that was an attempt to reconcile. It just wasn't successful.
I think that's a mistake because you can't build a bridge like that unless someone's actually giving up something pretty significant, and neither party was willing to. It was just like, hey, we're going to pretend to be friendly even though we hate each other. We've actively tried to harm each other's careers.
And then they sort of fell out on camera. I think they started arguing on camera. If I'm thinking of the same event, then yeah, they just sort of started getting at each other's throats on camera.
each other's loved ones, etc.
Well, listen,
Like-
Keffels apologized, and now DGG and Keffels are tight.
Yeah,
so-
which accomplished, by the way, demonstrating to a lot of people just what a disingenuous pile of shit Keffels is. But it didn't actually really accomplish much
I see.
for PV ultimately.
y'all got no fucking loyalty. Like, well, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of laughing, but like this is Queeman. I've said this shit before. Part of the reason why I do watch Queeman is because he has no fucking loyalty to anyone. So like, if some shit is not the way that he perceives it, then he's like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker. Like, and that's how he says it. Yeah, for me, I wouldn't view it as a lack of character, but I guess other people perceive.
I
it
mean,
differently.
I would. Like, what were they saying about each other leading up to this? Like, what happened?
What was the principled? Yeah, I guess what was the principle that was broached by Keffel saying like, "Hey, sorry that I claimed to take $250,000 of your income 2 years ago or a year and a half ago."
Well, on both sides, maybe this was explained in a way that it didn't seem to bother Destiny's audience, but like what I saw was Destiny now being, at least on the surface level, buddy with someone who he had just gone after for going after his wife, for taking a bunch of money, for lying to
Right,
people,
yeah,
for accusing him of raping someone, for accusing Chudlogic of being a pedophile, and so on.
Didn't he just basically threaten to take her to court or whatever? Cease and desist?
Over. Like a whole bunch of like really heinous stuff. On Keffel's end, she was telling people for the longest time that this person, stuff of that magnitude, let's say.
Yeah, he's a rapist. He wants people to die.
Yeah.
He invalidates.
Right.
He enables fascists.
Sure. So what did either party do to signal?
Oh, to be fair, Keffels has had problems with slandering certain people, so Keffels has had problems with making rash judgments about people, including, interestingly enough, Chudlogic. And while I might not be the biggest Chudlogic fan in here, I do believe that she sort of the accusation she's made against Chudlogic was pretty unsubstantiated, to say the least.
Signal to the other one and to their audience that, hey, this person has reformed. Because if they didn't, then the only justification is that this is a business move, in which case it's intrinsically disingenuous. And it's transparently so. Everybody can see that.
Yeah, my question is, so this is where I feel like the audience is being a little bit naive. So let's say, I don't think Keffels is heavily involved in PB. But let's say that she was. And let's say that she came out and made a 10-minute video and she said, hey, listen, Destiny's an asshole. He's still a lib and a capitalist. And I think he has fucked up perspectives on trans shit. And I think he has fucked up perspectives on Israel-Palestine. And ABC XYZ, this is why I think he's an asshole. However, I do think
I'm going to stop you right there.
Election...
I'm going to stop you right there. I know what the spiel's going to be, but I want
The spiel.
you to think about what you've just done in this case. So now you have Destiny's audience and Destiny himself associating with an organization that is paying someone or is associated with someone who is saying this person's an asshole, this person is X, Y, and Z, all these bad things. He's not going to like that. His audience isn't going to like that. But if she wasn't what's that? What is that going to do? Well, it's going to mean it's going to hurt people's enthusiasm for flying out.
However, would help.
Yeah,
I'll finish the however, and then you can object to it.
It's got to be a good, hopefully, however, though, right?
Well, it's probably not going to be sufficient for your ends, but at least we can demonstrate the point. So, however, I think that there is a demonstrable value. Yeah, literally. I know you guys laugh about that.
So I know I made my name off of Drop Kiwi Farms, and Destiny floated the idea of bankrolling them out of pure spite, and then spoke to Noel on the stream, moderated by Turkey Tom, and promoted this website. But
2 years ago.
It's an election year. It's not 2 years ago. Keffels did irreparable damage to the
irreparable damage. It's like a title of a certain book.
Foundations of a free and open internet. A point that Destiny fought very strong on at the time, and they were both. It's an election. That's not enough. These are fundamental disagreements. Destiny has His entire
Hold on.
career is founded on him making his own website to try and prevent censorship and all this sort of shit. His whole thing has been free and open internet for 10, 15 years, but then it's an election year. So even though Keffels tried to destroy my life, threatened to destroy my wife's life, and
They're divorced. He doesn't care anymore. That's just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
like all this
Or am I?
terrible shit. It's an election year. That's insane.
Yes,
no one
literally.
should accept
Yeah.
that. No one should
Okay,
accept
hold on,
that.
hold on. We can make this a little spicy.
Something about the
so I
English
like this.
accent. I can't
So-
deliver it that way. Sorry, continue.
So okay, so so now we're gonna get into territory that your audience won't like, but at least we can have some contention and some spice. So there's a demonstrable difference between the two presidential candidates that we're looking at that will affect and probably like
Yes.
kill or not kill thousands of people, minimum, if not tens of thousands of people. So
No, I mean, one could argue it's doing so already.
Yeah. So, well, and that's actually like a really interesting point because, like, is it damage done or is there a demonstrable difference? I'm one of the people who thinks that there is a demonstrable difference about who wields power in the next year. And even if I can only get
I think so, too.
5, 10 people to
Yeah.
vote, then I would
Okay.
still want to contribute to that end.
I think so too, but the problem that you're up against is not that it is factually the case that the Republicans are worse than the Dems here. What you're up against is you need to convince people who are not politically engaged of that. You need to convince people who are half politically engaged to throw all of their chips into the basket of the Dems who are doing X, Y, and Z, all of these radically evil things from their perspective, that, like make maybe radical gambits more and more appropriate.
But who is more numerically superior in the electorate? So for instance, like I can concede to you instantaneously that the progressive and left wing is more vocal online and is probably less represented in the enthusiastic voter bloc for Joe Biden, right?
Yeah,
I can
sure.
concede that instantaneously. But when it comes to the people who are actually out there whose doors you're going to be knocking on, I would say most of them are normies who are probably more aligned with normie Democrats. So, what demographic should you pursue more aggressively? The online lefties or the normie moderates?
Well, when they're canvassing, it doesn't particularly matter. All you're trying to do is maximize the amount of people who are walking around with the program, just reciting the thing as they go door to door, right? So I don't think that part matters. In terms of like what we're talking about right now is how do you leverage the respective audiences of the people involved? And if you're trying to maximize the turnout, it seems what you want is as little infighting in the organization between those groups as possible. You want to be able to just use their positive energy. That's what you want. If you have people
compared to, just real quick,
Yeah.
compared to how Vosh and Destiny could be towards each other, how vicious they could be towards each other, do you think that they have been particularly vicious in the past few months?
I don't think it matters. I don't know why you would. I don't know why you would want people who are vicious towards each other in that way at all. To be directly associated with the organization. Well, yeah. I mean, hell, have a PV East, PV West, or whatever. I don't know.
PV East, PV West. What's the point of that?
Literally, it's like that. Why are you intermingling these people who have fundamental
Capulets and
principles?
Montagues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
these people
hey,
should want to kill
I'm
each other, frankly.
Listen, I'm a centrist, so I'm always trying to bring people together who fucking hate each other.
Yeah,
But,
the
okay,
centrist,
but
the
The centrist is a right winger.
centrists lose out in that story, by the way.
I am focused. I'm more focused than ever. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sure they do, but
Maximal amount of deaths actually on that side. But continue.
listen, I want to die principled. So the
Principled.
so here's the thing. I thought
I mean,
that
not all print. I mean, Hitler also died principled, so I don't even know what that means necessarily.
there could be, and by the way, like I'm not
The worst. There are some pretty horrible people that died principled, technically speaking. So.
high up in the organization or whatever. But I thought there could be like a playful competition between these communities. Like I thought that VGG could try to push for as many canvassers as possible, try to knock as many doors as possible.
Usually centrists are. Centrists are very right-leaning. Usually, my father became really centrist, quote unquote, by the end of his life, and just you know.
Well, you could track the numbers, you could have independent events, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe you could set up some, like, if they get on more friendly terms, you could set up like
You thought
a
you'd just
party
get some
event in which
friendly
there's
competition between the communists and the phalangists? That's
yeah, actually, like, so listen, we're trying to prevent the return. Were the phalangists pro-monarchy or were they fascist? What were they?
yes.
They were pro-monarchy and fascism.
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
What was there a third party? Are we talking about Spain right now?
They're pro. Just go with pro-monarchy. They're pro-monarchy. Yes, we
Okay.
are.
Anyways, I'm trying to say that we're trying to prevent a third worst thing. Okay, a secret third worst thing. So we're trying to get two people to work together who hate each other. Yes.
Okay, but if I may, I think the third worst thing would be that as a consequence of all of these people having these spectacular feuds in public in association with the organization that's meant to get as many boots on the ground as possible to start going door to door, if as a consequence of that, and you'll never know this because we only have the final turnout, but if as a consequence of that, maybe a few hundred less people turn up than would have otherwise, or if your efficacy next election is radically diminished because PV suffers reputational harm from all of this, that would be the worst possible outcome really available to you, which is you've just taken like this political capital that might have actually done some good and you've kind of squandered it.
True.
I get the concerns, I get the criticism, and also on top of that, I think that it is dangerous waters. I do think at some point that you just have to get in and start fucking paddling in the shit slewest water, and you just make the best judgment calls you can.
Yeah, but
And
ideally you're not doing that.
I'm not the highest up person.
But
So-
like,
Okay, 1 minute. Connor, surely you should be against any involvement of Keffels at all with this organization, because surely...
Is Keffels part of Progressive Victory? I had no idea. Is Keffels actually part of Progressive Victory? What does Keffels do within Progressive Victory? That is so wild.
I mean, Wu as well, to be honest. Keffels
I mean,
represents
Wu
the
is
exact...
already out of the org, so it's just neither here nor there. It's just a non-conversation at this point. Like, Wu does not need to be mentioned anymore. Wu is out.
All the worst things about the left, the online left, the progressive left, all the shit you guys
Canada.
moan about. All the
Worst
time.
things about Canada.
Worst things about Canada. All the cancelling, all the deplatforming, all the terrible shit you guys whine about all the time. She represents the absolute worst of it. And you're like,
I feel like
let's
this is
legitimize her for like very minimal benefit as she falls off by getting her involved in our org. Why?
Hold on. So number one, I'm not that high up. I'm not making those decisions. Number two, for
And
me,
Wu is already out of the org, so it's just not worth even discussing anymore.
You're defending the position
equation-
here.
okay, the equation for me is I don't give a flying fuck about y'all's streamer drama. It's fun, but it's ultimately
No, this isn't streamer drama. This is
unfruitful.
she goes and tries to ruin other people's livelihoods in ways that you guys very often speak out about. You like Brianna Wu will be on a Wick panel every
You were
week
who?
saying
Brianna Wu is not part of Progressive Victory anymore. It's just, why mention Brianna Wu at all? She's out. It's just, how old is this? When does this debate happen? Like, she's not been in the org for a while now. I just so don't understand. What does Brianna Wu have to do with anything? Just, okay, she's on Wick panels, but she's not part of the organization anymore. She's been cut out. She's been thrown out. Why mention it at all at this point? It's just, I just don't get it.
Yep.
Is she still involved within the org in any capacity? If not, then just don't talk about her anymore.
you definitely complain about it. But Brianna Wu will be on a Wick panel every week saying the thing with the online left is they just can't come together. It's all about cancelling and it's all about tearing people down. And Keffels' whole name is built off of ratioing and getting people banned.
Sure. Wait, so do I have to specifically defend Keffels, or do I have to
Well,
defend
you
Progressive?
have
I think-
defended you have defended the position of legitimizing Keffels by bringing her into this org,
I
even though she's
wouldn't-
giving minimal benefit.
I
You're saying
wouldn't-
this election year, any benefit is worth it.
I wouldn't even
Yeah,
necessarily.
I would be doing.
Go on.
Sorry. Well, I was just saying I would be doing math on it, right? So let's say that Keffels is still producing horrible content, doing all the horrible things that you just mentioned.
I mean, so would
And then
Keffels as
let's
part of the
say
problem.
that bringing her to an event is only going to add 2 or 3 canvassers to the event. Obviously, that's not worth it. But let's say in a hypothetical scenario, she's adding 100 or 150. For me, the online shit
Careful.
is almost like doesn't fucking matter compared to getting people on the ground who will actually have an electoral impact.
Okay, but
Using
like,
Keffels
Okay,
as a
where do you
hypothetical.
stop that? How bad does someone have to do? What is the line that you draw? How bad does someone have to fuck up before they're
So
not worth working
I'm
with?
probably the wrong person to ask about this, but I'll tell you why. In my world, just former military, former law enforcement, former military, like we interacted with institutions that literally kidnapped mentally disabled people, put bombs on them, walked them into civilian markets, and then detonated them, killing a few dozen people. So that's like my bar for what human evil is.
So you're like fucking
Wait,
Amos
sorry,
Yee,
what?
canvassing.
Sorry, what? What did you just say?
Civilian market, literally kidnapped military. I'll tell you why.
Before they're
So
not worth working
I'm
with.
probably the wrong person to ask about this, but I'll tell you why.
Tell me why.
In
Why?
my world, just former military, former law enforcement, former military, like we interacted with institutions that literally kidnapped mentally disabled people, put bombs on them, walked them into civilian markets, and then detonated them, killing a few dozen people. So that's like my bar for what human evil is.
So you're like fucking
And then-
Amos Yee, canvassing. Go for it.
Well, how many people can MOC bring in? Like, I'm joking. I'm fucking joking. But like, so no to MOC.
look. Here's the thing.
But,
But
if he can bring in a few thousand canvassers, then maybe we'll see.
okay, but we can simplify this though, right? So fundamentally,
How many canvassers can food shops bring in?
but what you're
I don't
trying to do.
Well, I cannot bring many canvassers. If I was that is a really weird thing to think about. If I became big somehow by some miracle and I had many viewers, Lonerbox is from the UK, so would suddenly Progressive Victory just come to me and be like, "Hello, Polish trans woman, would you like to be part of our org in the US?" Would that be a thing? Would that actually happen? Would it make sense for it to happen? I don't know. I just don't know.
By incorporating these streamers is to advertise PV. Okay, but if what you are advertising with PV is
Thank you. Thank you for saying it. Thank you. You're a good viewer. Thank you.
affiliation with particular parties in a particular way that makes other parties not want to get involved or to be hostile to people who get involved, then that seems to be doing the opposite of what you're trying to do.
I agree with you. I just have a realist calculation that I want you guys to consider.
I think
Realist theory. IR's international relations have entered the chat with realism.
I'm using a
is-
realist calculation here. I'm not
Well,
being I'm not
so-
being like
so
I,
let me-
I'm not being like wishy-washy or whatever. Like what I'm saying here is like quite literally from a cold brass tacks level. I think that the thing that Progressive Victory is purposed to do is hindered by the strategy it's adopted here. I'm not even talking about like what I think about the morality of the people involved.
You can explain the more specific objection to the strategy.
I think that many valuable people in the org are being really overlooked here in this discussion, but I don't know. That's neither here nor there.
just so I can get into it, but I want to give you an example that I hope gives y'all more to think about.
Okay.
Destiny, by all accounts, should be impossible to work with. Okay, if we want to look, literally, if you
I'm not so sure, actually. I am not so confident if Destiny should be impossible to work with, but let's hear the arguments why. I actually think that Destiny is probably pretty easy to work with, but
want to walk through the Mr. Girl article
Mm-hmm.
and go through every one of his sins for the past decade. If you even want to look at a year and a half ago or a year ago, some of his personal dramas and personal perspectives and spicier conversations, he
I mean, if you mean that, then it would be a hindrance, yeah.
should be untouchable. He should be radioactive. But the reason why he's not radioactive is because he has tens of thousands of fans, hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
He's
He can
big, in other words. Some call it too big to fail.
get human beings, hundreds of human beings, to
Yeah.
show up to one place at one time in order to work towards a shared goal. And as a
But keep in mind, he was sort of disavowed by a politician in the past because of his bad reputation. When he tried to canvass for a politician, in particular in the past, that politician disavowed him. So it's not exactly, you know.
result, there is value and there is power and there is money
Okay.
in that.
Okay,
and
now-
so all of his sins are not
So he can
forgiven.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought very
But
quickly.
it's a calculation of cost and benefit.
I
I'm
get you.
holding the thought.
Okay, I get you. Now here's my retort to that. If the vast majority, let's say, as you suggested, 80 to 90% of the people are from DGG in the first place, or they're for Destiny, how would you actually know?
Oh yeah, it did happen in the past. That sort of a politician sort of cut himself off from Destiny.
That he isn't in fact toxic and unworkable in that way, and you that is hidden from you because you're just looking at the people who show up and just kind of assuming that's the best you could have done. But what if what's actually coming out from this is that PV is kind of superfluous and Destiny could just do this by himself?
He can in a way, but then this is where I think that there's a value add here that is demonstrable. So DGG did do a canvassing event. And I
Yeah.
think y'all will remember the drama where Destiny basically paid a few $1,000s to some guy who was supposed to run and coordinate everything and do hotels and food and all that kind of
Okay.
crap.
I remember, yeah.
8K,
And-
yes.
Yeah, and he basically found out that this guy did nothing and delegated all of the responsibilities to other people, right?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with delegating work. That's smart. It just depends on who you delegate the work to. Like, there's nothing wrong in being a person that oversees things and delegates a bunch of things to other people. You just have to choose competent people to delegate things to. There's nothing wrong with that. The average US vote knows nothing about these streamers. The argument assumes normies care, says Kiskara. Welcome to the stream, Kiskara. Are you new here? Is this your first time being in the stream? Your name looks familiar. Yes, but that just bolsters my argument. If nobody knows anything about these streamers, if normies don't care, then it is very, very sort of beneficial to make the people, since people don't know them anyway, make the people with actual expertise, actual know-how, actual reputation in the real world the faces of the org, who are also streamers. And there are people like that. Oh, thank you, Kiskara. How do you like the streams? Can you give me some feedback to my sort of, Because if normies don't really know these people, then they will respond more positively to those who actually know what they're talking about in politics, show a certain level of professionalism in how they carry themselves, and have certain amount of professional reputation in the real world. And there are people like that in Progressive Victory. I can tell you that. So yes, what do you think of the streams? What do you think of the Lucy Hazeh streams? What are the pluses? What are the minuses? What other streamers do you watch? Don't worry, don't be intimidated. I always ask people that. I have a small enough audience that I can sort of zoom in on individual people and ask them questions like that. Like, what do you like about this stream? What do you dislike about this stream? And What other streamers do you watch? What is your favorite content from me? Do you think I'm doing a good job? Do you think I'm doing a bad, etc.? I'm just starting to loop with the questions. Great streams. They're chill, informative, and fun. All right. Nice. Thank you. What are the bad parts of the streams? And what other streamers do you watch, of course? To see who I'm being compared to. To see sort of what sphere I operate in, so to speak. Okay, let's unpause while I wait for your answers, which I'm going to have to edit this little questionnaire out.
Right? And then those other people either kind of did it or half did it.
Also, consider joining the page while we're at it. Also, how did you find me? That's also an important question.
It was a mess. They did their best with what they had, and I'm sure they, succeeded in some regards, but I'm sure it was a mess in a lot of ways too. PV actually does have a healthy chunk of back-end people, not streamers, who are like former organizers, canvassers, et cetera, et cetera. Sam, I forget his handle. I don't want to say his handle incorrectly. I think it's like 10 something, but I don't want to say it incorrectly. Sam actually does have canvassing experience where he's run groups. He knows how to educate people on how to canvas. He knows how to talk to people. He knows how to do logistics. He knows how to drive. He knows how to set up equipment. He knows how to do this. He knows how to do that. And there's a half dozen to a dozen Sams that are with PV. So PV is kind of like the filter or the logistics hub or whatever, where you take the unprocessed meat of DGG, you throw it through this filter, and you actually get a viable, delectable product.
Well,
so if you want to say,
you could.
We don't need the filter.
Yeah.
We can just brute force this. You can. You're just not going to get.
I get what you're saying, but what actually we've seen happen is somebody who raised her profile by associating with people in DG specifically was able to buy her way into a position of prominence in the organization, started paying off all of her friends, largely from within DGG, to start filling up.
Is this like about Brianna Wu again?
Their positions, and then basically what you had.
Brianna?
We're talking about Brianna, yeah. Like why is Wick being paid by PV? Why was Wick being paid by PV? There's only.
Is he not paid anymore by Progressive Victory Wick? Is Wick out of Progressive Victory now?
One reason, it's because Brianna liked him. Why was a lot of these people, like why were any of these people involved? They were small fry. They don't pull like people to this thing.
Also watch Lonerbox, Riverboat Jack, Shark, Westside Tyler, Dylan Burns. I actually found you from Vosh hosting. Oh yeah, Vosh rated me. Nice, nice times when Vosh rated me a few times. Nice, thank you. So how do I compare to Lonerbox, Riverboat Jack, Shark, Westside Tyler, Dylan Burns, and Vosh, for that matter? How would you rate me? Let's continue.
And so what you have is,
I'm not sure if it's worth still debating about, like, talking about Brianna Wu. She's out of the org. I don't know why discuss Brianna Wu further. And while it's true that there were many people arguably brought in via favoritism, there are many legitimately really good professional people brought into the org as well. So some of them were actually listed in your list of streamers that you watch, Kiskara. So,
like, yeah, it could be a filter if it wasn't already co-opted by people who were already outwardly invested in putting their own face forward as like the face of the organization, of the project or whatever, and who are already like directly affiliated with people who are taking these very strong positions on these extremely contentious public issues. Like gender identity stuff, like Palestine stuff, etc., etc. Like I think if this stuff had been kept, if PV had been kept like firmly separate and independent of these people, it could act as that filter. That's kind of the benefit of that. Otherwise, like, why not just like fold into DGG and just be like DGG's permanent canvassing, crew or whatever? Because it seems like that's more or less
Because they have bigger,
right now.
ambitions than that.
Well, if they have bigger
they have
ambitions,
bigger ambitions.
well, if they have bigger ambitions than that, then they've potentially like poisoned their careers going forward because now they're attached to all the stuff these other people have done. No,
I don't think so. No.
no. You have Connor. You have Pixie in a room on camera, chilling around with Chud Logic, who's talking about deporting the blacks. You don't think that's going to come back to haunt anybody?
It was,
It was on the progressive victory side as well. I just think it's a mistake. You're the superior gamer, and I like you doing deep dive into the topics you're covering and even going out to talk to the people involved too. Many strangers get comfy staying home and disconnected from the greater community. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that happened. That happened with Chud Logic, and that whole video was on the progressive victory side as well. I remember that happening. Thank you. I try to do deep dives into topics. I do my best. I am a bit of a history nerd, so I like to bring things more into history if I can. I'd like to Interesting. Interesting. I do cover Ukraine a lot. It's part of my... See? That's why I have the bracelet thing. Oh, so you're my favorite... I'm your favorite streamer? I used to watch Vash a lot, but I found you through presents. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't believe I'm someone's favorite. Okay, I am... I know at least one person that but it's nice to hear that I'm someone's favorite streamer. It's nice to hear, you know? Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to hear.
on a PV. Well, he was on a PV live stream screaming, like, what was it? If you deported all the blacks, there'd be no crime or some shit like that. And blacks are kind of retarded. And other great statements. And that was on the official...
Jesus. Thank you, Queeman, for your input. Thank you for you killing the monetization of this potential segment. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, did you know that my talk with Brooks got limited monetization? What did we say that killed monetization? I don't get it. Like the Brooks conversation just gets limited monetization. What did we do? We didn't say anything wild, and yet so weird. I have no idea how the whole monetization thing works. How YouTube evaluates what should be green, what should be... My discussions with farmers, which were much more spicy in nature, have the green monetization sign, but my little chill talk with Brooks is not fully monetized. I just don't get it. My mind is blown as to what sort of criteria they follow when evaluating what sort of content is fully monetized and what isn't. Like, I'm gonna upload the video of a person that's been gassed and is, I don't know, kneeling on the pavement crying from being gassed. And I just wonder what sort of rating will YouTube give it? Is it even okay to post that on YouTube? Is that even okay? Is that sort of content even okay to post on YouTube? I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. I might have to. I don't know. I might have to get some advice from people on that one. I might have to get some counsel on that one. If it's.
He didn't say
Maybe live
kind
stream.
of. He didn't say kind of.
Well, yeah.
He didn't say kind of. Thank you, Kiskara. Thank you. Thank you for your evaluation. Thank you. I'm not sure how to get more live viewers, or viewers for that matter. I'm not sure what my pathway to growth is necessarily, and that's, I guess, a problem. If some people here say that I'm good, that surely there are more people like you that would think that I'm good. I'm not sure how to get them to watch. Oh well, let's just focus on this for now.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, Shud isn't a part of PV. Although I
But
Shad Logic might not be a part of PV, but the video of him was on the PV page.
would happily
well,
take
slow
him
down,
if
slow
I
down,
had his
slow down.
way.
Well, hang on. But Kyla and Pixie absolutely are, and you had them going. Say
and
something
there's a-
racist.
Kyla is not so erudite, right? Is that not Kyla is not so erudite, right? Is not so erudite part of Progressive Victory as well? I must admit, I'm not entirely sure who is and who is not part of the Progressive Victory team.
Chud, in the video that was published to their channel.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think these people are
it's a
the
weird
devil
thing
incarnate,
for
but it's
PV.
it's-
Like, it's a bit.
These are bad
content.
decisions.
No,
but content is something for like
I'm
unprofessional
joking. Listen,
shitheads
I'm
like me to
joking.
do.
I would have never considered.
Collabs might help, but there is also that you stand often compete. But there's also that your stand often compete with the bulk of the other bigger streamers during the week. What do you mean by my stand often competes with the bulk of other bigger streamers? Your streams, I guess.
Considered that good enough content to post? Absolutely not.
Well, it was a live
I
stream,
would have clipped
wasn't it?
that
And then
segment.
was it? I think it was a live
Ow.
stream. Was just left up for like
I would have clipped that segment
for a long
out.
time. Even Chud was
Well-
confused why it was still up after like.
If
few
well,
months,
I
he was
think
like,
that
"Oh."
was I think that's a logistics thing where they had to figure out the
Yeah.
editing team and all that kind of stuff.
Well, they hired
Um,
people that Brianna liked who didn't produce anything for the longest time. So
Damn. I'm not sure if there's a point of talking about someone that has been removed from the org. I even know who replaced Brianna Wu, more or less. But the question is, who would collab with me? Who's a person that I could collab with? Can you forward me to a person that I could collab with, that I could work towards collabing with? Who would collab with me? That is a good question. I mean, collabs would be nice, but I have to get a collab partner. It takes two to tango, and the collaber needs to want to make me their collabee. It needs to be a collaber and a collabee. See? I'm playing with the English language. Because I'm good. I'm good at the English language. Believe it or not, I have an education that allows me to teach the English language as a foreign language. And I did it. I did it as a job. I taught English as a job at English language schools. That's a whole other topic. And I did teach English as a foreign language. It's true.
Listen, I can only defend my own work.
So if you have any people, when was that? When was I mentioned? Interesting.
I'm not asking you to defend Brianna Wu. I'm just saying, like,
I'm not sure if you'd like to collaborate with me. Maybe name some other people that I could potentially collab with. I mean, I'm gonna have that debate with Lonerbox at some point, maybe. Demon Mama, maybe Demon Mama. Boom. Maybe I should get on a Wik panel. What do you think about that idea? Me getting on a Wik panel about Ukraine. Maybe Wik is gonna do a Ukraine panel and I'm gonna be in it. What do you think? Demon Mama. Maybe I should do a joint thing with Demon Mama.
this is an organization that was fundamentally vulnerable to be co-opted by the first person who came by with a few $100s to throw around.
I mean, Brianna was out of the org.
It's kind of nuts.
Well, I think so. In
Like, you cannot say that the org was co-opted by Brianna Wu if Brianna Wu has been kicked out of the org. So, I'm just not sure. Or maybe I should debate progressive victory with President Sunday. Anything to get the word out on Ukraine situation. I mean, I do cover Ukraine a lot. I'm surprised nobody has talked about the recent thing that Belarus did. I think I'm among the only people that actually talked. I think I'm among the only people that talked about Belarus saying that it thwarted a failed Lithuanian attack on its capital, a drone attack. Like, that's a pretty big deal, and nobody's talked about it. Like, nobody mentioned it. Nobody that covers Ukraine, to my knowledge, sort of touched this topic of Belarus basically saying, hey, you attacked us with drones and we shoot all of your drones down. You, Lithuania, the NATO country. Like, that's sort of a big deal, isn't it? And also, it's a VOD on my channel right now. It's up. The VOD about it is up on my channel right now. And also, Lithuania, you and Poland are producing drones together to attack us. That's the extension of that claim. It's a pretty big deal, and you've already attacked us and you failed. Like, that's I would say that's a pretty big deal, isn't it? And nobody talked about it. It just went silent on the sort of Ukraine commentary streamer zone. Even though, Like it didn't lead to anything as so far, but it sort of is like a big accusation to throw at a NATO country. Hey, you actually directly attacked us. We just sort of shot down all of your drones. So, yeah, that's a big accusation. I'm surprised that nobody that covers Ukraine just sort of talked about it. Nice. You're not worthy of Lucy. I could collab with you. I mean, we could collab, Estelle. I don't see. You're a streamer. You actually do stream, so we could collab. I don't see a problem there. We could collab on you reading books. I could read a similar book and we could just discuss the book. That could be a collab. I don't, You're reading Second Sex. I could get a copy of Second Sex. I could read it and then we could just discuss it on stream and that could be like a collab. That could be a thing. If you want to collab, then we could just collab on shared interests. Not much of a streamer. Oh.
Sam's defense and in the organization's defense, I think that they have succeeded in some ways that might not be visible to the public. I think they have gotten fundraising sources that are.
But isn't that a failure if the purpose is to promote TV? If its successes are invisible,
not if the money is being deployed. Not if the money is being. No, absolutely not.
Well, it's also about creating results in politics, right? It's also, what if there are results being sort of produced in politics, but it's not visible to the public? That would also be, at the end of the day, that would also sort of legitimize the existence of the org, if the org produces results.
not every action of a political organization to achieve a political end has
You
to be
cannot-
public. As a matter
okay,
of
you-
fact,
you-
putting
you
public
cannot-
work can make yourself vulnerable.
You cannot convince me that the money is being deployed well when you're paying Wick to have like streams between like Smith and people.
I don't know.
Oh yeah,
how
that you had that
much Wick
stupid
is being-
fucking tweet, didn't you? Where you were
I
saying
don't
yes,
know.
people should pay attention to Wick. Oh my
Listen,
God.
Connor,
listen. People
even
are
at you,
moving
I'm
more
surprised.
centrist. Listen,
People should pay attention to Wick. See, people should have to pay attention to Wick. Maybe I should get on a Wick panel. Maybe that's my ticket to success. What do you think? Maybe that do my loyal viewers think that my ticket to success is getting on a Wick panel? I mean, he might be doing a Wick panel on Wick might be doing a Wick panel on Ukraine in the future, and I just might hop in and be like, "Hello, I'm Lucy, the biggest Polish trans streamer that talks about Ukraine." And that's why I'm here as the Eastern European representative, sort of. That could be so cool. So nice. I've only been on a single Wick panel. I think I've done well. Well, there are not many panel organizers around that I can join. Not many panels around, okay? Who else does panels? Nobody. President Sunday was supposed to make panels, but I don't know. That sort of did not materialize, the President Sunday panels. So, I don't know. It was supposed to be a thing, but it never happened. So what other options do I have? If you have any panel options for me, then just shoot your suggestions.
listen, people are being more centrist, and I am deeply enjoying it. Okay, so listen, if we had all listened to Wick, the country would have been better off.
That's
So,
that's a take.
hold up. So, I don't know how much Wick is being paid. Do you know how much Wick is being paid?
The fact that he's being paid, if he was being paid like $20 a month, that'd be embarrassing, bluntly.
For who? Wait, embarrassing for who?
Y'all are the biggest fucking haters I've ever seen.
Well, I'm gonna just this is a case in point though, and this is one of the reasons why paying like small streamers is also like a waste of funds, sort of intrinsically. If you look at Wick's channel, like presumably they're being paid to produce content.
I'm a small streamer. Oh, come on, President Sunday. Don't be like that. Oh, come on. Every time President Sunday craps on small streamers, I feel I'm getting heat. I feel like I'm being attacked personally. Come on, President Sunday. Come on. Be nicer to small streamers. Give us a break. Give us a break, President Sunday. I don't know. I now I feel sad. Now I feel like tears are coming up. I'm tearing up.
That is supportive of progressive values and whatnot. But when you look at Wick's channel,
Oh, I'm sad. I'm sad.
the last video that he actually put up,
Maybe I should do panels. That's right. Lucy's catching strays from President Sunday. Maybe I should organize panels. What do you think? The Wacky Dacky podcast experience. What do you think? Isn't that a catchy name? The Wacky Dacky podcast thing. The Wacky Dacky panel. Bam, boom, quacky, quack, quack, quack. That sounds perfect, doesn't it? Be the perfect host. Be the perfect host. Someone even joked that I would not be a moderator. I'd be a mother-ater. I'd do mother-ating. Someone joked that I would not be a mod, per se. I would be a mother-ater. I do mothering. Mother-ating. So, yeah.
was a debate with Aaron on the Israel-Palestine
What guests could I get on the Quacky Ducky or wacky ducky? No, quacky ducky. Quacky ducky sounds better. Quacky ducky. The quacky ducky panel. Perfect. Now I have to get guests. So propose guests. Propose guests and then go to their chats and throw that idea at them. Ask them, would you be willing to come to the Quacky Dacky panel and be mothered by Lucy Haze? That's what you need to do, all 8 of you. Write names of candidates for guests for the Quacky Dacky panel, and then go to them and ask them if they'd like to be mothered by Lucy. Does that sound like an idea, or does that sound like an idea? Sounds perfect, doesn't it? Wow. I have a big brain. So, step 1, propose candidates for guests in the chat.
He was taking the pro-Israel stance, obviously, or the pro-IDF or whatever stance on that.
Sure.
And that's the last edited video he has in...
Sunday and Lonerbox are obvious choices. True, they are. So get to their chats and say, would you like to be mothered by Lucy? And then we have to, I don't know, brainstorm topics.
Months and months and months and months since he started getting paid. Why? Because now all of a sudden he's freed from having to produce. This now suddenly becomes not actually a motive to produce more for PV. It becomes, oh, nice. I don't need to play the game like other small streamers. I can just sit pretty and, chill out. Like that's what it became.
Is he? So, for instance, like if I go to Wick right now,
Yeah.
because I'm a dear friend, love him a lot. Think you should all listen to him.
No, I don't listen to some dear friend.
So 1 month, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 12 days, 11 days, 10 days, 9 days.
It has been
8 days,
5 months since his last piece of
5
edited
days,
content.
4 days, 3 days. And if he's a live streamer, and
Well, let me read some of these out to you, okay?
Hold on, someone sent something to me.
Okay.
Lonerbox and Sunday. Perfect.
Warhammer 40k goes woke. Diversity, equity, and inclusion destroying.
Oh Oh yeah, I remember. That's the panel. Yeah, I should have been included in that panel. By the way, I should have been included in the Warhammer 40k going woke panel. Yeah, you must likely need to pick a date and time as well, and maybe a time limit if you want to. True. But first, we have to brainstorm topics.
America, stop setting yourselves on fire. Men therapy cannibalism. Wick and Smith talking about becoming Max. Does leftism make women go crazy? Is this helping PV?
Helping me.
300 views.
You're helping me. Well, listen, 300 views is not something to scoff at, okay? It's 300 people that decided to dedicate their time, dedicate their attention, dedicate their lives to watching it. Don't mock 300 viewers. 300 is a very famous movie and a comic book, I think. Don't mock. Don't mock. Be nice.
500 views, 700 views. Like, this is a dead channel.
Wow. Wow, thank you, President Sunday. Thank you.
Okay, so let's.
Queeman's doing.
Wow. It's not the view count that make it the dead channel, it's the material. I guess. I don't know. When I hear that, I feel... Okay, what are my... Okay, let's go. Let's go to my channel. What are my views? Let's see. Let's look at my view counts. Oh my gosh. Let's go. 4 views. 5 views. 29 views. 32 views. 73 views. 63. Okay. I understand. I understand.
Doing
Say
better
that-
than Wick. Queeman's not getting paid by PV.
Maybe he should. Maybe Queeman should be paid by PV. Who knows? Maybe he deserves it. Even though I don't particularly like Queeman, but maybe he should. Maybe he should be paid by Progressive Victory. A fly.
Yeah, but Queeman is also.
He's currently right now,
Respect to the hustle.
as a consequence of
True, Queeman should be.
this stream right now, arguably, he's doing more advertisement for PV than Wick has done in half a year.
Okay. With respect to the hustle, Queeman finds the most delectable schizophrenics on the internet and watches them. and that is very entertaining. He also has a British accent,
Wick and
and he can
Smith.
shit talk people for hours. So that is, it's drama content. It's not gonna, change anything. But I see why it's algorithmically popular.
But it's not.
So
He's
why
getting
are we
less than
comparing
he's
these
getting
two?
less than he hasn't broken 1,000 views in like 2 weeks.
I'm talking about Queeman.
Oh, Queeman. But Queeman's
Yeah,
doing the same
I'm saying
kind of
he's
thing as Wick. He's just doing it
relatively
well.
Successful.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
because
the thing
he's
is,
entertaining.
Wick used to frame his debates around like drama topics that were currently relevant.
Could
The-
Wick?
Drama topics that are relevant. I mean, Wick also does drama. Don't kid yourself. Wick does drama. You have
Get
to kill the fly. Just like Lucy. I don't do drama. Oh my god. I don't do drama. Jesus.
could he just start react Andying to schizophrenics and pulling
No.
better?
Jesus. And I mean, Wick does drama as well. Maybe you should do drama. I don't want to do drama. That's the thing. I don't want to do drama. Well, maybe you should do drama. No, I shouldn't. I don't want to do drama. I refuse. There are streamers that manage to do well without doing any drama. They were named by Kiskara.
But the
numbers, I'm
point
sure he
is that
could.
he used to indulge more in sort of like framing a topic around a drama thing, but having
Join the page, Oren. Join the page. You should all join the page. Join the page. Why not join the page? Drama Lucy. No. No, I refuse. I never
a
do
conversation about it. Where like
drama. You watch me because I'm drama free, don't you?
Yeah.
if the Vosh Lolly stuff had popped off before PV, I'm sure there would have been a huge panel with Chud
Or
on,
an
Yeah.
8-person panel, yeah. for
8-person
sure.
panel, or everyone's arguing about Lolly. Instead, Chud got the panel because I mean, no one wants to go on a fucking Wick stream anymore. But back then, you would have
I
had
shouldn't
like
smile
the
at
dog
that.
dick panel. Like think about the dog dick panel, right? That was
Classic
a great panel.
content.
Now that one had no real. There's probably no real political issue that's being spoken about there.
5,000 views, 1,000 likes, 2-hour
But-
watch time out of a 4-hour VOD.
But regardless, the point is that Wick has become complacent and self-serious, and is focusing entirely on sitting there having these dry conversations and grandstanding about Israel non-stop. It's like it's just off-putting to an audience, and he's still
Okay,
they're paying him
and
for what?
So let's
Damn. Everybody's attacking poor Wick now. Poor Wick. I'm starting to feel bad for Wick.
say that PV says Brianna liked Wick. He's a nice guy. He helped us do logistics and all sorts of nice stuff at the previous event.
Did he?
He's active during meetings. He talks to other creators and he facilitates.
Did Wick actually help do logistics for meetings and events?
panels that other creators who are in PV and not in PV.
Well, I mean,
go
credit
on.
where it's due. Apparently,
And
he's
as
the
a
only one of the
result-
lot of you who had the sense to go, hey, Vosh just showed a bunch of underage porn on his stream. Maybe we should rethink this, guys. I think he's the only
Yeah,
one
so
who
maybe
actually
that's
said anything
valuable
about that.
right there.
Interesting. Was Wick really the only person to do it?
Yeah, maybe he's maybe
or
that's his value right there.
maybe just investments across the board are just that bad.
Okay. The the point being that if they value a service, and let's say it's $50 or $100 or $200 or whatever it is, right? And they're willing to continue to pay that bill, I'm not gonna hate on the way that they deploy their investments.
I'm not gonna either. But if we're talking about
fruitful,
yeah, but if we're talking about what PV's, we're talking about like if what PV's doing is efficacious, or if it's like a good strategy.
We come back right.
But just very quickly, like if we're going to say that, and we're like squandering, if we're throwing away money on people who aren't just unproductive but are actively embarrassing or hostile towards other members of PV and are creating that toxic atmosphere, that hostile atmosphere rather, to like the kinds of people you want to bring in, which Wick absolutely does. That's not a good move.
I should get on a Wick panel.
Like, yeah, sure, they're allowed to spend their money as they will, but it's
they also give the creators like a healthy chunk of latitude, which I think everyone in all of our respective audiences would demand, which is like, you don't just become a sock puppet of PV and just say what is exclusively good for PV.
Great, but then I ask you, given that they're already going to do that anyways, and given the fact that clearly this money doesn't incentivize them to produce more content, why are you paying them at all? Just let them do what they're doing and say, hey, if you want to show up to Canvas,
That's not true of all creators.
we'll mention in our tweet when we advertise it, hey, look, these are the streamers who are showing up, but don't pay them, don't make them officially affiliated.
Let's do this. Let's have some fun. So Wick seems to be the commentary Queeman, Chud Logic, President Sunday whipping boy. So let's try some other people.
Okay.
So Erudite. Should Erudite be getting paid?
Should Erudite be getting paid? It depends on what she's doing.
Yeah.
She's more or less taken a back seat to streaming lately, and she's been doing purely logistic stuff. I don't have a problem with that. If she's doing that, that's fine. I think that's some of the stuff she.
Logistics on the back end, and also can book, relatively speaking, like large
just to be
shows,
clear,
like
just in addition to
whatever.
this, I think having people who are associated with like the administration of PV going on to like the whatever podcast and making embarrassing statements there, I think that's a mistake too. Same reason.
What? Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Embarrassing. Having people,
Relatively speaking, like
I think that's some of the stuff
logistics on the back end, and also can book, relatively speaking, like
Oh,
large
just to be
shows,
clear,
like
just in addition to
whatever.
this, I think having people who are associated with like the administration of PV going on to like the whatever podcast and making embarrassing statements there, I think that's a mistake too. Same reason.
What? Okay, hold on.
Erudite
Now
has
we
like
gotta dig
substitute
in.
teacher, receptionist energy. I'm sure she's competent, but what is Wick doing for this?
Look, at
this
the very
conversation?
least,
Other than saying,
hang on,
you know,
hang on.
guys,
Wait.
I really love his.
Poor Wick! Oh my god! Wick is getting so much attacks. Damn.
Take it away.
In the meeting.
At the
Let's
very
walk through
least,
the
at
other
the
PV
no, sure,
members. What
but
other
very
PV
quickly,
members do you share an objection to?
but very quickly, at the very least, like with Erudite, she pulls numbers. She's integrated with larger streamers. She's capable of performing. This is established.
That's true. She also has a podcast with Steven right now. Bridges, I think that's the podcast. She's still doing the thing with Steven, right? With Destiny. Yeah? Bridges? That's still a thing, yeah?
I don't understand what the.
Let's actually let's start writing down numbers. So we got Wick. You guys do not think that Wick is worth it, but we
Well,
have
to be
Erudite,
clear,
you
by
guys
the way,
think that
Josiah was
Erudite
very
is
small
worth
at one point very recently too. I would not have a problem, for example, with them paying Josiah. Why? Because he demonstrates professionality.
Josiah's okay.
He knows how to manage himself. The problem is that people like Wick, for example, even Erudite, although once again we have the numbers to.
Yeah, with my husband. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's still a thing. Yeah.
Some justification there is why I'm less harsh on Erudite than I am with Wick. The only
People are so harsh with Wick. Poor Wick.
reason why some of these people are involved is because they gave free access to Wu to appear on stream. Bluntly, like there's no.
I should have gave access to Brianna to be on my stream. Maybe I would be a part of Progressive Victory now. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just joking. Just kidding. How's your Happy Destiny? He had an appearance on that Pierce Morgan, so he's doing pretty okay. He's doing pretty fine for himself. We might watch the Hassan thing actually.
No other reason. And given
Well,
that,
hold on. Let's go through the list.
okay,
So you have Erudite. You're okay with Erudite being
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's listen. The list.
an employee? You said just
Okay, Erudite is okay.
Josiah. I'm assuming everybody's good with
I
Josiah.
think Erudite's a
being-
mistake. I think to be
I
clear,
don't know who Asaya is. I have no idea who Asaya is.
all of these people, with the exception of Josiah, maybe Dylan Burns, I think most of them are
Okay.
a mistake.
Dylan Burns. Okay, hold on. So then let's work it two ways.
Yeah.
One, let's at the end of this,
Yeah.
let's say President Sunday is the king of PV. Let's do that as a hypothetical. But then two, let's say that you can at least see that these people are justifiable as contractors, whatever, creators, whatever. Okay. So we said Erudite. All right. So Josiah is Pixie being able to go on whatever podcast, being able to go on Fresh and Fit, being able to go on.
I should be able to. I should be the face of Progressive Victory. Okay, chat. Now's the time to decide. Should I be the face of Progressive Victory? The Polish trans streamer. Should Lucy be the face of this American org for politics? Yes or no in the chat. Decide with your wallets. That makes no sense. But yes, decide.
On whatever, not whatever, but like another like MRA Red Pill podcast. Is that, and then doing administration work as well? Is that of value?
Yes. Yes, you should influence the American elections. True. That is the American way, the melting pot. Do you know that there's 10 million Polish people apparently in the US? 10 million. That's a huge number. I have family in the US, in Texas, so my family members are Texanians. So in a way, in a extended family way, I am sort of, kind of American. If you think about it, if you really, really think about it, the fact that I have family in the US makes me, in fact, American. I'm basically American, so I should be in the org. I should be in Progressive Victory. I'm a streamer. Progressive Victory is for streamers. So this is a message to Progressive Victory. You should reach out. We should do business. Okay? We should network. I'm basically American and you're for streamers, so yeah.
Value, is that a defensible expenditure?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I'll put
Pixie.
Pixie down.
Why do you suppose that would be? Just out of curiosity.
Well, if she's doing similar administrative work to, well, why would be getting access to whatever podcast and all those bigger podcasts?
Well, I just struggle to see. Are we so desperate for personnel who want to like receive a paycheck for doing this?
Yes, I'm desperate for a paycheck. That's right. Yes, that's me. Solid logic. Real American Lucy arc starts today. I know, right? This is the birth of American Lucy. I know. Polish American, mind you.
That we couldn't, for example, get people to do the back end work on this organization that, for example, aren't embarrassing streamers, you know?
You need to qualify that because you've said it twice. So
Well-
what embarrassing thing happened on the Whatever podcast? Enlighten me.
It's the Whatever podcast. Just by itself, it's sort of
I don't know what the Whatever podcast is. Maybe I should go to the Whatever podcast. What is Whatever podcast? What is it about?
intrinsically embarrassing. Frankly,
I
even
need something more specific.
oh, I'll give you an example. Like someone I have like appreciation for. Like I consider Straight Rate Aaron to be a friend. I have a high degree of regard for her, but I wouldn't want people who are representing my organization, for example, to be like the punching bag on like a Red Pill podcast on the regular. I wouldn't want them to be associated with people.
Was it Erin or
you
Farha
think they-
who did the thing with the graph where she could
All I know is that they have Big Papa Fascist often, and she's not. Oh gosh.
read
I don't
about
know. I don't
that.
follow it that much.
There was one of them that did that with Michael Knowles, and there's a bunch of clips of it.
I hope it's Farah. So he's okay. So could you perceive a potential value to going into right-wing spaces and fighting for a progressive standpoint?
Sure,
Yeah, I could.
by all means. But I'm not gonna.
Well,
I'm
these
not
are the
gonna
people
put.
who have access. So they're the people we got. So deal
Well,
with it.
hang on. Wait. What do you mean the people who have access? You don't need to have the people administrating PV going into Red Pill podcasts. Their job is to administrate and
I'm saying that
organize
this is-
canvassing.
I'm saying that this is their part of their value. So, for instance, like I'll just be very
Okay.
transparent with why I brought up Pixie doing administration.
Be transparent. Be transparent with us for once. Tell us the truth. Don't lie to us.
One, I like Pixie. I think she's done good work. Good work. She helped organize a lot of the events. She did a lot of the back end logistics stuff for
Okay.
Cincinnati that I saw.
Could nobody else have done that?
So, I'm sure somebody else could.
Like they're getting paid for it, right?
And
Like so you don't think there aren't like hundreds of people who would be lining up to take that job for pay to do that? If we're just handing it out to people who Brianna Wu likes because she wants to have be friends with like internet streamers, that doesn't seem very wise.
Brianna's gone.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Brianna's
Brianna's gone.
still
gone.
picked out the vast
Did Brianna
majority
not
of these
make these
people.
choices? Yeah.
Did Brianna pick Pixie? Did Brianna pick?
know.
Did Brianna pick Wick?
Probably. Possibly. I don't know.
Don't know, but the timeline.
I don't
was
think
probably
you
around
picked
that.
Wick.
What? I quit.
And we know Brianna Wu
Poor Wick. Jesus Christ.
came to you and said, you know, come
I
on,
will
we're really
defend
looking for a
Wick's honor
looking for
moderator.
I mean, the
Conservatives.
elephant in the
Isn't
room,
that
of
kinda-
course. The elephant in the room, of course, Connor, is that you're involved. So
yeah.
Well, listen, we can get into that. So
I mean, no offense, but you and I had a conversation one time where you said you wouldn't date a black woman because you take her relationship with her father to be suspect as a consequence of her being
I
black.
was largely you.
You were- let's
repeating
assume
that.
you're- look,
I
look,
was
I'm gonna- okay.
largely joking.
I will give you that. Let's say you're joking, okay? I don't fucking believe
Yeah.
you, but let's say you're joking.
I don't believe you.
So that doesn't matter to anybody else who's watching this and is offended
Sure.
even at the joke. And these are the people you're trying to bring in to do the canvassing. Right?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh. Oof. Yeesh. Damn.
Well, to be fair, that's whatever value I do offer. That's not my value.
This is a great one. What about Hunter Avalon? What's he bringing to the table?
Is Hunter Avalon a part of Progressive Victory? God, who's a part of Progressive Victory? Am I the only person who's not a part of Progressive Victory? Can that be? Am I the only person excluded from that group? Am I the only one missing out? Am I not worthy of Progressive Victory? I personally think that I'm the person that Progressive Victory needs. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Bullets.
Okay.
Bullets. Now that's a joke.
I'm gonna be defensive of Hunter. Okay. Hunter.
Hunter.
Let's face it. His narrative is very.
PV operates in the US. Lonerbox is part of PV, okay? Is Lonerbox in the US? Yes or no? Is Lonerbox in the US? No, Loner Box is in the UK. Thank you. Scotland, for that matter. Scottish US branch of the PV.
Very interesting. He had a very hot channel being an anti-SJW for 5 years. He
Yes, sometimes when the Progressive Victory Group calls him in, that does not make your point.
had, what, 500,000 subs, something
They
like
could
that.
call me in as well, and I'd be operating in the US as well sometimes. So that does not make the point that you think it does.
He was raking in the fucking money. He goes progressive. Obviously people argue.
Listen, there are 10 million Polish people in the US. I would be the perfect candidate to go and speak to the US Polonia about registering to vote for the Democrats. And especially since a lot of Polish people in the US, as I happen to know this from many, many occasions when Poland has actually done sort of scanning of the Polonia sentiments, a lot of Polish people in the US vote Republican, voted for Trump. So I would be the perfect candidate to go to those Polish people and as a poll to poll tell them, hey, maybe you should consider a switcheroo from Republican to Democrat. You and I are not. You and I are the same. We are Polish. We're not so different, you and I. 10 million Polish people. Think what I can bring to the table, considering that many Polish people vote for Trump and Republican in general. I could be an asset. I am an asset. I am an asset to the org, to the US. I am an asset to democracy. I am an asset to democracy. I'm an, I don't know, underutilized asset, I would say. That is so unfortunate.
Whether or not that's a good thing. He takes it, and I would say he takes a huge hit based off of what I would
also, speaking of underutilized assets, consider donating. Consider donating to this stream. Consider supporting me in my ambitious goals in life. Please, I beg you. Please, 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 please.
not take that hit.
Neither would he.
I would probably walk away.
What happened to President Sunday? Sudden laugh attack.
I shouldn't joke about
What are you
that.
laughing at? No,
Nothing,
I
nothing.
need to know. Yeah, are you going to get yourself in trouble? Should I stop affiliating with you because you're going to make an edgy joke?
He was just making a joke about Hunter always getting shot. It's,
Technically, I was making a joke about his girlfriend getting shot.
Listen, I'm the person
yes.
who did the racist, I'm not going to date a black girl because she has a bad relationship with her father joke, and I'm the least edgy.
Okay,
between
look.
the three of us.
You want somebody who's streaming to debate people after his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend shoots up their apartment, shoots her, and shoots himself. You want that kind of person representing your organization.
He's making rap music. About
Are we
ADHD
blaming
content.
him for that? What are we doing?
He's doing
over
rap
here?
music
What?
now? What?
Yeah.
Wait, I bullied him out.
You didn't see
He
it?
stopped
That's
uploading.
great.
And I started talking about it, but yeah.
So hold on.
By the by,
So
PV should not hire.
I have no assets to donate to you, Lucy. Oh no. That is sad. Well, those of you who do, please donate to support your favorite streamer.
Me for similar reasons.
Okay, so right. So hold on. I want to get to a serious point because I think you could have serious criticisms of Hunter, but I don't think this is one of them.
I think it
He's
is.
He's the victim of dating violence where he was almost murdered and
No.
I want to hear this. This is a thing that I know a little bit about. I know that Hunter Avalon was in a shooting. because an angry ex of his partner got a gun and started shooting at them.
No.
It's okay. You don't. If you cannot donate, then donate with your participation in the chat and participation in the streams. That is, that is a big donation to me, to my heart.
He's not. It's not that he's a victim of being shot at. It's that he went on stream to start debating people about it while his girlfriend's still in the hospital. Like literally, I think the day of was it the day.
I guess that is a little bit of a wild thing to do. But hey, people are gonna do what they gotta do, I guess.
Yeah, after the day, it was crazy.
We all do crazy things with our trauma responses.
I don't do crazy things. I never do crazy things. Listen, I never do crazy things. You will never catch me do a crazy thing, ever. Never, ever, ever. Ever.
Well, I mean, he was goading the
There's
guy
a
before
limit,
he tried
man.
to shoot him
There is a limit, huh?
as well, though, wasn't he? Because he was asking the guy to come on and debate him about abusive relationships weeks before this guy showed up to try and shoot him and shot his girlfriend in the
Okay, but to be fair, like I don't think most of us would expect that to be the escalation. Like it's stupid, but like whatever.
Yeah, I was about to say,
No,
I'm
but it's
looking
just,
for something
from the
disqualifying from a
outside.
progressive perspective, not whether or not it
But
was.
you
good
already
to
don't think
debate
there's
your
anything.
ex-girlfriend.
Sorry, you don't think there's anything
That doesn't count.
disqualifying from a progressive perspective because you think you should be able to get like conservatives on board. So you don't think there's anything.
No, I
disqualifying.
don't think I'll. I think I'll get maybe moderates.
I asked you where the line was, and you were sitting there toying around with Amos Yee. Like,
Okay,
there is no
I mean,
do you think
hey,
that I'm
hey.
actually-
I mean, you laugh. That would pull that would you dead eyes definitely.
Okay, hold on. Now I feel like I have to explain jokes. So
no, but
Amos
you haven't
Yee-
actually given us where the line is.
Explain the
and
joke.
It seems like
Yes, please.
someone like Keffels.
Well, that's
falls
kind
outside
of the but that's
view
kind of the
most
joke
people's
with the
fundamental
serious.
beliefs.
No, there's a joke with a serious undercurrent of it. The joke of Amos Yee is obviously he's like somebody who rhetorically defended pedophilia for a few years on the internet.
What?
And then I think he was caught with actual CSAM material, and I think he's arrested and in jail or prison, right?
Jesus.
DIY HRT
Those are
isn't
synonyms.
bad enough. No,
What's that?
DIY
never mind.
HRT isn't bad enough for your
Okay,
perspective on this.
you're asking me to defend the individual, whereas I'm trying to appeal to like a theoretical of like pragmatism of how many people
you're
can
only
you get to go
because
knock
it's
on
crazy
doors
that
versus
you're
how
only
controversial
calculus for
are
this.
you?
It's that there's always going to be a calculus. Like you can literally molest kids, and as long as you think they'll get enough people knocking on doors, it'll be worth it.
Look, it's really
anyone? What?
It's really
but
no
you're-
it's
but you're
look it's
saying that there's a
I'm not sure that's what he's saying. I'm gonna defend counterpoints here, and I'm gonna say that's probably not what he's saying. No, that is probably not what he's saying. In fact, here,
calculation.
I'd like to believe that at least.
with Amos Yee. You're saying there's a calculation with Amos Yee.
Okay.
Look,
okay,
it's-
so let's say okay, hold on. I'll do the inoptical thing because you're asking me to bite a fucking bullet or whatever. Let's say that there was like an election that I thought was existential to the planet, which by the way, this isn't the election that I would bend this principle for. But I could get 365 million Americans to vote the exact way that I want them to vote.
Yeah.
If I have Jeffrey Dahmer, the serial killer, and by the way, who was the handsome one? Who's the one who killed all the serial?
I don't think that would work. I mean, you can say it works as a hypothetical, but I just don't think it would work, even if you try to get. I don't know. That's a hypothetical that only works if you sort of force it to work.
sorority girls.
It was Jeffrey Dahmer, wasn't it?
It was Jeffrey Dahmer?
I think
Okay.
so.
If I brought Jeffrey Dahmer to a canvassing event,
Oh, was
I
it Ted
could get
Bundy?
100%.
It's Bundy.
Bundy. Okay. Jeffrey Dahmer, he ate people, I think, right? So So let's say I could get Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy to show up to a canvassing event, and I will get 100% of the vote for an existential election. Yeah,
If,
probably.
but here's the problem.
But
though.
that only works in a hypothetical land. I can make a hypothetical too. If I could get Hitler in a existential election, and I could get him to canvass, and Hitler, after doing the Holocaust, would get me 100% victory in this existential election. Yeah, I'd get Hitler, but would he give you the 100% victory? Would he? Would he really? In reality, I'm not so sure. Like, this is one of those things that you can just like create a hypothetical in which that's possible, but we have to look at reality and what's actually possible, you know? You know what I mean? In reality, Hitler will not grant you a victory, or Dahmer for that matter, I don't think. So it's like worthless to do this hypothetical because it only works in like this imagination land, you know?
Though, like, if so, what you're saying is, you know, if getting
are pro-Epstein, okay.
getting Adolf Hitler involved with PV would
There you go! President Sunday went for the same example. There you go. He went for the exact same thing. Easy. Because it's such an easy example to give. Exactly. He went for the same thing.
magically make it so that the Democrats won the election in a landslide, then we should do it. And
I did not pre-watch. No, I'm watching this for the first time. Thank you.
you know, begrudgingly agree. The problem, though, is that that's precisely what I'm contesting, is that that's going to be as effective as you think it will be. I, for one, don't think...
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, exactly. That is the point that I just made. That in the hypothetical, sure, you can say that somebody could get you a victory, but I just don't think that's going to happen in reality. You know? True. I should have at least the amount of viewers as President Sunday does, since I make the same arguments. Oh boy. And no, I did not pre-watch.
Adolf Hitler running with
would be
PV is going to...
counterproductive, is
I
your
think
point.
that'd be a little bit in the domain of the counterproductive, yeah.
True.
Okay. Yeah,
One could say that.
So yeah, but I'm not defending Keffels the person and all of their behavior. I'm defending the hypothetical in which you ask me, would you permit her to be a part of the organization or think it was a good idea if she was a part of the organization if there was a certain amount of draw that she had
Yes.
to canvassing operations?
Okay,
And
but
the
what?
answer is
But
yes.
but if she has a certain amount of draw to canvassing operations and involving her in that formal way does something to hinder her draw or the draw of somebody else who you also want to get involved, then your contribution by involving her is purely negative. You just lowered the total amount of draw that was already available to you.
Uh-oh.
Sure. The thing that's interesting, though, about exactly what you just said is that I think that there are probably only 2 players that can get a few hundred people in any state in the United States.
By the way, there are only pluses to getting me involved. Because I don't have any beefs with anyone. That's one. I don't have any beefs with any streamers. Right? Active beefs. I don't have any baggage. I don't have any controversy around me. None. 0. I'm squeaky clean. I've never had a controversy. That's 2. I'm Polish, so I speak to the Polish community in the US. That's 3. And I'm really cute. That's 4. Progressive Victory clearly needs me on the team. Clearly. I don't have a Texas folder. True. I do not. No. I do not have a Texas folder. I do have an animation folder. I do have an old animation folder that I keep forgetting where it is. And I keep needing to dig it out and to find it. Sort of the old animations folder. To see the animations that I drew years ago. But that's neither here nor there. So yeah, it's like only pluses basically of having me on. It's only pluses. It's only positives. It's like I'm the perfect. It's like I'm the perfect candidate to be on Progressive Victory.
I think that's Vosh, and I think that's Destiny.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe Vosh and Destiny. Maybe.
everybody else is complimentary, but they're not drawing in that many.
So
people,
picture this.
right?
So picture this, okay?
Sure.
So Vosh and Destiny plug
Yep.
PV. And PV in turn says, hey, if you guys show up, we'll give you the papers, we'll give you the training, da 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 da. We may even give you like a little kiosk and
Are they
refreshments or
showing
whatever.
up to the events? Because them going to the events is the draw for a lot
On-
of people coming.
On their dime. This is a thing that they do for their own image. This is like when Vosh does a 24
There you go.
hour like charity stream or whatever. He's not a saint. He's doing this because it boosts his profile. It's good for his image.
There you go.
That's why they're getting involved in this. So that's why Destiny spends thousands of dollars on it. So
To
picture
frame
this.
your rant. I'm going to listen to your rant. I just want to frame it.
I wasn't right. I
was
just need one more
curious
sentence, but continue.
I'm going to ask you for a rant. I'm
way
going to
too
frame
tired
this
for that.
as
I can rant. That's 5. That's 5. I can rant. I can rant for hours. I'm a woman. I can rant for hours. So that means that 5. Only pluses with me. I can just rant. Nag. So it's just all pluses. It's only pluses with me.
if President Sunday was in charge of PV,
I'd
what
shoot
is
myself
his game
already.
plan? You're
Oh my
already
God.
kind of telling us that. So please finish the idea.
Well,
Oh my gosh.
say, hey, we'll facilitate this. You plug us. We're all on the same side here. And then what's really cool is they can show up. They can help pay for their little orbiters to show up, or they can show up if they want to like boost their profile because it's already in their interest to do so. Like PV's not paying them enough where it's not a massive inconvenience to fly out and do this if they're flying out or if they're traveling any distance. And then
Bosch hates traveling.
what you can do, because you don't have any of the baggage of any of these people actually attached to you, is you can then spend your energy trying to get other people from outside. You can try to get like, hey, look, Markiplier, we've got this little thing. Can you give us a short little boost here? And like whatever. And maybe you can get more people involved.
Hello, Vodka. Hello. How are you? How are you, Vodka?
They aren't all beefing with each other. It's just this nice positive event. We're gonna make a difference, folks. Gonna be a bunch of people showing up all over from all over the world, over the streaming place, whatever. And that'd be awesome. That could potentially be very effective. And I don't think you'd be seeing.
I'm listening to this debate about progressive victory. So I'm good. And now that you're here, I'm even better. But do you know what will make me even better, even happier, even more complete as a person? If you join lucyhazet.org/live and become part of the page experience, that would make my day. That would make me the happiest girl in Poland. And in the US, because as it turns out, I'm actually American and deserve to be in progressive victory. Remember, always to be on lucyhazet.org/live.
Lower numbers from that, because you're already seeing numbers that are basically what we'd expect to see if Destiny was doing this by himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Maybe.
Maybe there's a duck here.
Maybe less for all we know. It's possible.
True. Sometimes less is more. Oh, wait. That doesn't fit here at all. That doesn't make sense here at all. Okay, never mind. I tried to be smart, and this is what I get.
Possible that people got tired out and unenthused about this because of all the stuff leading up to it. We don't know. We have no way to. We have no way to tell.
I feel like
I
drama
still have big enthusiasm.
drags people in, but I could be incorrect. So hold on. So if my summary of your argument is that PV should stay a cleaner and safer distance away from streamers, that would be their smarter move. that they should focus on the 2 streamers who can bring in the most amount of numbers that they know, but still stay far enough away that their shit doesn't splash back onto PV's boots. And then they should have a wing of PV that is solely dedicated to trying to recruit larger creators or larger YouTubers or larger media figures to participate in the events. Then
having like weekly meetings with like Wick, I don't think is worth the money. I think that's both a waste of your time and it hurts your image. No, I'm just using Wick as an example. Like I think like
poor Wick has been just dragged through the mud. Poor Wick has been attacked over and over and over again. I feel sorry for Wick.
Getting people like this involved.
So fucking mean to that man. So
I mean, he still doesn't have his tooth, by the way. Like you guys need to pay him more if you're paying him at all. Like, come on.
Gee.
Listen, I don't touch any of that shit. All right.
I wouldn't
Talk
either.
for me. Y'all are so rude. So so I agree with you that I think that would be effective and clean. Okay. We are now in, well, and I'm not even, like high up in the organization. We are in I think a time in the flow of the election where the plan has already been made and now it's a question of execution.
Okay.
So the game plans will be VGG and DGD probably being the workhorses of the canvassing events. It will be holding a half dozen events between now and the election. It will be trying to drag in these people with and without drama. And probably the thing that I'm sure they're already doing, but maybe they could modify. I'm sure they already have a wing of PV that's reaching out to local politicians near canvassing events in order to try to bring the online and real world political space to kind of mesh together more. I would wonder if they should expand that operation or just expand their scope to let's also try to get larger non-affiliated creators who we have no network connections with. I think that would be a worthwhile.
Who knows what's happening behind the scenes, right?
Your summer.
Well, I mean, for PV, but I mean, at this point, the reason why I'm not really talking about it anymore is because, as you say, like, cat's kind of out of the bag. We're already kind of committed to something, and you've already got the video. And
maybe next election cycle they won't do this. Maybe they'll say it's too much drama.
The PV Chud Logic say something racist, deport the blacks video is already a thing. Like, we're kind of past that point. And I think the problem you're looking at here is...
anybody? Does anybody care?
Well, nobody cares about PV is the thing. But if people did care about PV, and for example...
But does anybody care about the Chud Logic clip? Because the whole thing is...
Nobody... Well, that's the thing that, unfortunately, President Sunday is saying. He is saying that since nobody cares about Progressive Victory, nobody cares about the Chud Logic video. But he's, by extension, saying that if people actually cared about Progressive Victory... they would care about the Chud Logic video. That's the argument.
We all got to start at zero.
No, but
right?
the point is that if
I'm...
PV gets big enough, there will be an incentive to attack it, and anything stupid that has been done now will be used.
Okay.
Is the point?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. The organization, as you say, is ambitious, but you guys have the mindset of losers on YouTube who have no stake whatsoever in their image. The problem is, if you start getting...
There are people in Progressive Victory that definitely have a big stake in their image. I'll just say that.
To that point where you're actually reaching out to people who are more respectable and bigger even than Vosh or Destiny, and those exist, by the way, then that stuff being there, people are going to be like, I like the idea of canvassing, but I don't know if I want to, throw my name in and attach it to this organization that has like this baggage with it. I'm going to plug somebody else because there are other organizations too. That's sort of antithetical to the success of your movement. You actually need to care about your image. It's also going to potentially hurt the reputations of the people who have ambitions in politics beyond PV later on. Like, we started this conversation talking about Brianna canvassing for Trent Lott. Like, this stuff does carry. And that's before, like, Twitter was a thing.
Yeah.
He's literally saying that because no one cares about PV, the people associated with it can do whatever, regardless if it benefits the org or not. Sort of, yeah. But that should not be the attitude. Definitely, if the org wants to go somewhere, it should. I don't know. And I will say it once again, there are people very conscious of their reputation, very conscious of their image that act professionally. There are people like that within Progressive Victory. Okay, there are professional people within Progressive Victory.
I hear what you're saying. my if there's anything that I learned from Twitch and YouTube poll, it's like Giga chat it and then shut the fuck up for 2 weeks and then people move on to the next thing. And honestly, I think that as a political strategy,
I'm not sure what will work for YouTube political or Twitch politics will work for real life, to be quite honest. I'm not sure if just shutting up about it for 2 weeks will work for real life. People drag out things from so long ago.
is gonna be the same thing moving forward. I'm not going to tell you that these
what works for internet audiences will not necessarily work for voters, you know?
Problems don't exist. I'm just saying that somebody's got to get in there and make moves. And the thing that I respect about PV is I think you can moral frog about all these concerns all day, but the truth is that
Like the
PV
problem is that people try to take dynamics from the streaming world and apply them to real life sort of dynamics, and that does not necessarily translate one to one. I'll just put it like that. That does not necessarily translate.
is the people who are actually getting in and getting dirty and doing work.
Well, I mean, here's
So-
the thing, though. Like you say that, but then there's a reason why Brandon was no longer affiliated with the organization, and yet everybody
Exactly.
who's now affiliated with it has been, for the most part, I think with few exceptions, picked by her. So if that's the case, clearly that's not really what's going on here, because it seems like you guys are cognizant that you are capable of damaging your image, and indeed a lot of you guys have. I think the presence of a lot of you, including present company, not taking a jab at you, just as a blunt fact.
Although there are people that I would say are good PR for the org, that are just professionals. Okay, there are people like that in Progressive Victory.
I don't know. Like you can, like
Isn't that
you,
the risk you run by participating in this kind of space in the first place?
these are particular risks that you specifically avoid when you're
Like you, I'm not in Progressive Victory. I have other people in mind.
operating this kind of space if you have serious intentions to actually do real world political activism, because you're hurting your capacity to
else
interface
is
with the
doing
public
this?
later. What do you mean, who else is doing this?
Who else is doing this?
With streamers?
Yeah.
Virtually nobody that I'm aware of, so it's a lost opportunity. Like you guys had like a really cool and really unique market to kind of pull in, right? Because you had these people who were like big streamers interfacing with PV, and it was great. Vosh was interfacing with PV and plugging it. Destiny was. What you shouldn't have done was made them attached to it, because now because by dint of making them attached to you, you are attached to them.
Sure. So okay. So I'm with you in a certain respect. I think that we all carry reputational risks. I think through close affiliation and association, you carry reputational risks. However, I would also say that carrying shared risk can also build affinity in community. And not only
Okay,
that,
but you
I would
don't.
say-
But Destiny does not carry shared risk with PV. Vosh does not carry shared risk with PV. The only thing they risk is the same thing they've always risked. The only one who's actually staking anything out at all is PV.
Yeah.
PV is the only one who
Okay.
loses in all this.
But if
That's
PV,
true.
so here's the thing. So I'm not them, right? Like I don't speak for the organization, but as somebody who has a budding side hustle, I can speak for myself. No risk, no reward. You know, and on top of that, you can make the perfect plan.
Speaking of,
Execute. And by the way, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Okay, go on,
I've
go on.
listened to you a lot. I would like.
no,
you to
go
listen
ahead,
to
go
me.
ahead.
Okay. So you can make you can create the perfect plan to be the perfect creator, to do this perfect project, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as a matter of fact, because I was doing other things with my life at the time, I spent a decade daydreaming about what I was going to do when I finally had the ability to speak with my own voice. But the
Okay.
truth is that until you start doing it, you're not going to figure out the risks and rewards, and you're also not going to figure out how to do it.
I mean, I'm doing it.
So my argument would be that I would so much rather work with somebody who's willing to get in there and get messy than somebody who's going to create the
What
perfect
does getting in and getting messy mean? What does that mean?
plan from the sidelines. That's part of the reason why I was kind of jabbing at Mr. Car Salesman earlier, because while some of his criticisms could be well-founded, I would be curious if he had ever done anything in his entire fucking life that was politically related.
So I have two responses to that. The first one is I don't think I think a lot of this is
Is that at Queeman, the card salesman thing? Is that directed at Queeman or who? Or Chad Logic? I have no clue who this is in reference to.
kind of common sense, the kind of thing that if you don't get this in adulthood, your politics is probably not for you. Josiah understands the importance of presentation before he got involved with PV, before he actually went out and did IRL
Right.
politics.
Yeah. Many, okay, not many, but there are people in PV that understand presentation, understand image, understand how to carry oneself, understand professionalism, basically.
I think most people who have most people who have worked a normal day job and have had to interface with normal people in a professional environment sort of know like what the limits are and how to kind of comport yourself. I think people like Vosh and Destiny make money off of being outrageous and getting people hating them and stuff like that. These are precisely the kinds of people you don't want being the face of your organization. Perfectly fine to profit from them and to try to get like them to, you know, funnel people towards you. But I think having them be the face of your organization, like you will.
There are better people to be the face of Progressive Victory. I do agree with that. And there are people in the org itself that are right for that job. He says that, and yet we all know that if mainstream media caught wind of PV and the degenerate backstories of the people associated with like Vosh, Destiny, and even worse, they'd go running. I mean, there are people within the org that would be good to be the faces of the org, that do not have the degenerate backstories or whatnot.
You will be absorbed by their reputations and not vice versa. You can't keep yourself clean from that. But more to the point, the entire purpose of paying these people to get involved is precisely so that you can leverage their large audiences that PV does not have the capacity to generate by itself to bring in people to do canvassing. And so I have to ask, since you mentioned your side hustle and since it's so much bigger and it's more successful than your political content, Connor, have you leveraged any of that to promote Progressive Victory? Like, have you used your Warhammer thing to promote Progressive Victory at all?
I'll be honest, no.
Why?
Why?
Why not?
No, I think it's mostly because I didn't think to.
40k fans are all Nazis.
Yeah, that's another reason.
I see.
Okay, let me give you the real answer. The niche that I operate in is I take content that is already popular, I break it down, and then I basically give you the lore. If you're a veteran, you might learn something new. If you're a new person, this is the context information that you need in order to understand what you're seeing on screen, right?
Yeah.
And so in a lot of ways, I have not built, I think part of my failure, if you want to call it that, as a streamer or a streamer personality, is because
I would like to know what part of my failure as a streamer is.
my most popular content is actually not me. It's the content. I am a vehicle through which to consume it better. And so as a result, I don't have like a huge cult of personality around the 40K channel. It's just successful because I make it more palatable for people. So the star of the 40K content is 40K. It's not me.
Okay, so why wouldn't you use nonetheless that larger platform to promote Progressive Victory?
I think I should. I think you're right that I should. And
So are you going to do that tonight?
Tonight?
I will talk to PV.
What's there to think about? What's there to think about, Connor? What are you worried about?
What's there to think about?
Are you perhaps, if I may speculate, are you perhaps
Wow.
concerned that your audience may take a dim view of you or have a negative reaction to you promoting a specifically progressive political organization that might, for example, hurt your bottom line and hurt your audience, which is legitimate, by the way? Is that possibly a concern?
It's not because it's the specific organization.
But is it because it's progressive?
And it's not because of the drama.
But is it because it's progressive?
Yeah,
okay, but haven't you just acknowledged my point, though? Which is, namely...
Despite there being much better people to be face of the org, like Dylan Burns especially, he unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, is not the chosen one. The Degens are, and whatever...
Yeah, videos on
reputation
the
of the
female custodes have you got, Connor?
Yeah, I have
Pumping those
zero,
out
and
right
I
now?
plan on having zero.
Oh,
I literally
okay,
had a
okay.
debate on Wick TV
Okay.
the other week, in which I said I would keep my Space Marines all male, even if they add female.
That's not very progressive of you, Connor.
It's not. Sorry, Sunday. We're interrupting the serious thought.
No. So isn't that though like a tacit acknowledgement of my point?
Of course, reputational damage is absolutely a thing.
Yeah.
But also no risk, no reward. And
They get into it. They get into it. Will have a horrible trickle down effect that will affect those who do want to do good and and not just receive a free paycheck.
And so I have to.
Well, hang on.
decide
No,
what's more
slow
important.
down. No risk, no reward. First of all, that doesn't mean anything. But secondly, let's assume that's true. You wouldn't.
Absolutely means something, but
It doesn't though, right? It's a.
why doesn't it? I'm going to push you on this. Why does no risk, no reward not mean anything?
Well, because sometimes the prudent decision is to not take unnecessary risks, and the reward is you don't lose things that you need for future engagements.
Okay. Did you use an operative word that modified the words that I used? I think the word was unnecessary, but please continue.
Well, that's kind of important though, because you're using this to justify what I consider to be an unnecessary risk. I think that
Okay,
it's
what about
completely
necessary risks?
What about well, they're necessary. There's no debate about them. Is it necessary for you to associate progressive victory with
So does the
Wick?
platitude or cliche of no risk, no reward mean something? And even if you say no, I don't care. We can move on to the broader topic.
Well, it's
I still think that people like the ones you've mentioned, Vodka, could be like if, like President Sunday said, Destiny and Vosh would basically not be attached directly to the org, but would plug it, and people like the ones you've mentioned would be the face of the org. I think it could work. I personally think it could work for the benefit of the organization. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just being, I don't know. Maybe that's just me being Eastern European or something.
it's a
If you are unwilling to take necessary or unnecessary risks, will you obtain a reward?
if you're unwilling to take unnecessary risks. I don't know.
Okay.
That's why they're risks.
Let's move on. Let's move on to your broader point.
Well, I think we've kind of established the broader point, which is like you being firmly you would endanger your platform by being openly associated with PV. Well, similarly, if PV, for example, has the reputation of being pro-Israel over pro-Palestine, or of like having a leadership that has like this really dim view of people who are not like on a strict like binaristic gender identity or whatever, well then that's going to affect the reputations and the audiences of people who are themselves trying to promote PV to their audiences and are associating with them, right? So like this makes, for example, PV hostile to Vosh's audience.
PV hasn't made. I think that's part of the reason why PV as an organization. If you talk about, so if you're talking about Kyla and Pixie, who, and I think Aaron does some back end work too. Those are the three people who, to my knowledge, have done administrative work for PV, right?
Sure.
And so they might have public facing perspectives on political issues that are unpalatable to a lot of people and therefore could potentially be damaging to PV. But I think when it comes to Sam and
Well, answer me this very quickly. Was Kyla paid by PV to attend the whatever podcast?
What month would that have been in?
Ever at all?
I don't know. She, since Cincinnati, she has worked
Pixie
for PV.
has Pixie ever done so?
Okay. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe, so let's say believe, so subject to change. I believe that Aaron and Pixie went on to the whatever podcast and were assisted by PV in getting there. I don't know if they were paid. I don't know if they were contractors at the time.
That's fair. And you're in the dark about whether Kyla was, right?
Yes, I do not know. The only time that I don't even think I knew that Kyla was, I thought Kyla was DGG, and then in Cincinnati, That's where she was like,
Hmm.
I'm the boss. I'm running stuff. I'm doing XYZ ABC. I need you to do this. I need you to do
Well, I mean,
that.
those aren't
That
mutually
was
exclusive,
really-
right? Like, you can be DGG,
Of course.
because DGG is not like an affiliation, really. But like the point though is like,
No.
and did PV or was any of this promoted or recorded on PV's official channels?
Okay, so the main thing that we work with is something called PV Spotlight.
Right.
And PV Spotlight, anybody who works with PV,
Yeah, I get you.
they have given permission for it to be clipped up and
Yeah,
used
no.
as their own
I
content.
understand that. The point is not that I'm worried about where the funds are going. The point is that if PV is paying people to represent it, and they are representing it, and then they are posting the clips to their channels or whatever, then they are going to do that. They are going to represent it to other people who are considering whether or not to be involved with PV. And they're going to represent it to people who are considering whether or not to continue following a streamer who's affiliated with PV, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Like the exact same thing that would give you pause about promoting it to your audience, shuffle the variables a little bit. That's the exact same dynamic for everybody else. And the reason why you're
Well, we
hesitant is
all
because you
share-
recognize a real danger there. And that's not risk. That's not like no risk,
anything,
no reward. That's
so-
like,
Yeah.
So let me tell you.
Yeah,
let me
go
tell
on.
you the risk. Okay, the risk from my perspective.
Okay.
So I already told you. I feel like I've been fairly candid with the fact that I do not view myself as the content on my most popular channel. Warhammer is the content. I am a vehicle, right? So what would suck? Let's say that I go to PV, I talk to them, and I'm like, hey, Sunday kind of brought up a critique that I actually agree with, where I've been hesitant to share any political stuff on my 40K channel because it's not related. But the truth is, that's my largest reach. And I think that
It would make sense. It would make sense to reach for that audience. It's like here, you're my largest reach, 12 people. I should reach out to you.
there are enough
But since I'm not part of the PV, I cannot reach to you.
people there that even if I piss off a few dozen people, I lose some subs, whatever, there's probably a half dozen to a few dozen people who would actually share their perspective with me. And as a result, be willing to either help out in some way or show up to a canvassing event. Are you okay with me sharing it? Because part of the reason is, like you said, reputational damage. I've said some edgy shit. I'm definitely way more centrist than I am progressive.
Yeah, but the thing about promoting it is that this is not something that then falls onto PV's shoulders. So, for example, PV paying you and affiliating with you, that's an optical burden that PV bears. You, as an independent promoting PV, doesn't fall on them. Fuck, you could go way further afield than that. Like, Big Papa Fascist could promote them, and PV wouldn't bear any consequences for that, right?
I mean, provided they wouldn't pay him to do it.
Yeah, I think the
Not going to happen.
that's a really funny point, though. Yeah, so they don't share that much reputational risk with me. I share more reputational risk with them. Well, then, to be
But
honest,
this is why it comes to.
I just might as well do it.
But this is why it comes to bear, though, because if you're dealing with people who are already progressive, so their audiences, unlike yours, would already swing to voting Democrat if they're voting at all, then
I think I'm probably accessing a different audience.
you would be as a matter of fact. So there'd actually be an argument in your favor there, at least in terms of like getting you to promote them. But if you're talking about audiences that are already inclined to vote in that direction already or to canvass in that direction, and then all of a sudden you introduce the baggage of particular streamers who take these positions that are completely noxious to these other groups, then what you've actually done is you've taken a pool of potential canvassers and whatnot,
And you've sort of scared them away, yeah.
who would have already volunteered if you'd asked them through those streamers, and you've diminished that total number because you've now made a whole bunch of them uncomfortable with working with PV in particular.
Yeah, because it stands for things that they stand against. That, I guess that makes sense.
Because of those associations. If those associations weren't there, you might actually draw a significantly larger number. Now, there's no way to test any of this. We don't know what the numbers would be. We can only do it. This is like a
Speculative game.
So no, I'm with you. And by the way, here's the thing. Like, so I don't want to act like I've never done this before either. So back when Hurricane Ian happened, of all things, I actually promoted it on Twitter a little bit, and I got a few people from.
Are we talking about a
I got one
hurricane,
person
or are we
from
talking about the
DG
tax folders?
The hurricane.
Okay.
So during the hurricane, or immediately after the hurricane, Central Florida was actually wiped out. That's where I was. I did a fundraiser on my channel. I got $2,500. I got a couple of local people. I got a half dozen local people. I also had some inroads with some local volunteer organizations, and we got like a dozen people to go cut up trees and pump out houses and dry out houses and all that kind of stuff in the wake of the hurricane. So I've experienced with this before. And what I would say is that like you would be surprised about the amount of people who are willing to look past the political differences as long as they're working towards a shared goal. And so for me, if PV is good with me doing it, I'm going to do it. So because the shared goal for me is not progressive victory across the board. I'm not a progressive. I disagree with half this shit. But I do think that a general election Biden win.
That itself is pretty telling that progressive victory takes on board a person that is not for progressive victory across the board because he disagrees with a lot of that shit, quote unquote. I think that should give progressive victory pause personally, but maybe that's just me.
Is
Maybe
preferable
that's
to a
just me.
general election Trump win.
Well,
in many ways.
the point I'm trying to make is I think you swaying a portion of your audience, whatever portion, even if it costs you audience to do so, to
Sure.
helping like get a Democrat win. I think that's a net positive by itself. However, if we're talking about like other people whose audiences were already going to do so, then you're not adding by affiliating people who have views that would cause like other sections of that audience, other
To drop
audiences
out.
to not want to get involved. That's a negative.
That's
So like in
yeah.
your case, it makes sense. I still think, by the way, like for the same reason, I think the association with you as a person is a mistake because that has the same effect.
Yeah, so actually that's something that I wanted to address. I'm happy you brought that up again. So
Can you
so
hold that thought? I
far-
desperately need water.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will need to go to the
Write
toilet
that
soon.
down.
I guess it's right about trans.
So how you
people
doing,
that-
Queeman?
Great. Sorry, I was just
Excellent.
eating.
I guess it's the truth about HRT. Maybe it does make you pissy.
No, it's all good.
Queeman. Maybe you should debate Queeman. What do you think?
You've not seen
audience?
Hunter Evelyn's rap
Should I or should I not debate Queeman? Go and tell me.
career, no?
I watched Hunter Avalon's rap career not closely through you and Chud Logic, and I had a great time. So I'm not
He
a
stopped producing
fan.
videos after that, sadly.
I'm
He
not.
had them pretty consistently up until then. Now it's been a month.
I just take the
Yeah,
block
I,
myself.
I'm not a fan of rap songs about ADD and mixed with like techno shit and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? Chud said something that I agree with. You can make fun of Hunter all you want. It does take a certain amount of balls to take your creativity and put it out there for the world to like or dislike. And so
I mean,
respect
certainly
that
if you're
part of it.
Hunter.
Like my little animated
y'all are so
figures here.
fucking
I
mean.
did that myself.
Anyways, so
See, this is my creativity taken out there to like or dislike. This little Lucy that warms her hands near the fire, and the bow Lucy that shoots the bow. That's all drawn by me.
you mentioned something that I actually wanted to address, and I'm happy you brought it up. You said that PV is taking a reputational risk by associating with me. I agree. So far, my role has been as I think like some people call it like the 13th man or whatever. It's like the person who's there to challenge the decisions of like the squad leader in the squad in order to make sure that what they're doing is in line with a contradictory perspective. That's kind of been my role, is like, hey, this is what you're going to get as counter arguments. This is what you're going to get as an alternative perspective. These are the rebuttals.
You can get that from people that are not part of Progressive Victory. You don't need a person as a member of Progressive Victory to get that, though. I would argue.
That you can expect, et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of what I've done so far. And then also I would say that the value that I've added has been like, I'm 6'4", 230 pounds. I can lift things. I can move things. I'm former military. So if somebody tells me to do something,
I'm not sure that that's a big added value as a streamer. No offense, you can get that for fairly cheap.
then I'm going to say how high, I'm just kind of like a gopher guy. So when
You can
during Cincinnati-
remove Wick immediately if he makes anybody uncomfortable. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but if I may though, like just based on your
Wick again. Damn.
enthusiastic involvement in this conversation, this is clearly something you'd be willing to do for free. Why does PV need to officially associate with you to get that benefit? Right wingers love to
They
talk
didn't.
about this stuff.
They didn't.
They didn't exactly.
I
And
made
by the
a-
way, like I've spoken to Erin, like she said that you're one of the few people who actually has good advice. So I mean, credit to you. But
I did when I was first offered the position, my counter offer was lower than their initial offer.
yeah, she said that was funny.
Yeah, so what was I'll tell you the pitch. Maybe this will make it a little bit more transparent for the audience. So Brianna comes to me and she says, hey, we're doing this PV thing. We're kind of getting into the streamer world. We're thinking about combining online politics and real life politics. We want to have an electoral effect. Maybe we could do some other crazier stuff. We need a Republican voice. We need somebody who, for
I don't take Spyro. I take a medicine called Androkur. This is what I take. There's still some inside. This is the blocker that I take, Androkur. That's the blocker that I take. Right here. Androkur.
purposes, because there's actually like some nonprofit that was helping out, you have to have a certain amount of centrist or right-wing people in the organization in order to qualify for this specific grant. I don't know if this specific grant is a large part of their organization anymore. The way that I perceived it was that it was like a temporary, like a couple of month kind of thing. So she was like, hey, you want to come on board? And I was like, fuck yeah, I love politics. Let's do it. They made me an offer. I was like, I would do it for a third of that, just for the shits and giggles. And she basically said, hey, what would happen if PV did not get this grant and do this organization and try to do online political shit? Is some dickhead from an Ivy League school would get the same grant. They would look up political TikTokers and they would look up political YouTubers. They would create an Excel spreadsheet. They would take 90 days to develop the Excel spreadsheet. Then they would send it to the political organization and they would charge them the same amount of money. So as a result, we are going to use this money in a way more creative, efficacious, and interesting way than that Harvard, graduate dickhead.
Yeah.
So as a result, don't feel bad about taking the money. And I haven't felt bad since that conversation.
Would you call yourself a diversity hire then? Is that how you would self-describe?
Yes,
Diversity hire. My gosh.
I am literally an ideological diversity hire.
Okay, I just don't.
I don't think you need that in an organization like that, to be quite honest. But
I mean, like, I'm familiar with how college activism work, and that's probably correct. But I don't think there's any particular reason to assume why you wouldn't, for example, be able to find people who don't have these. Like, you got there are tons of people who don't have reputations that would compromise the organization, who would be willing to, for a paycheck, perform these administrative tasks. And we already know for a fact, based on Vosh's association, that there are streamers who are perfectly willing to engage with the organization without being official employees or hires or contracting with it. Like, there's just no reason for this.
Sure.
Yeah.
So my recommendation is email Sam. I'm sure his email or phone number is listed on the website, and you can email him and you say, listen, you don't know me, but my name is President Sunday. I think you could run this organization way better. This is exactly what I would do. I would fire everybody in the streamer thing except for Destiny. I would maybe keep these 3 people for administrative roles.
Except for Destiny.
what do you mean except for Destiny? He said explicitly that Destiny should not be connected, that he should just plug it.
God, you should never have hired that's crazy. No, but in all seriousness,
I would diversify all the money into this recruitment pool.
Hear me out, though.
And email me for consultation if you think my advice is of value, and maybe you could get me fired. And and I would take my hat off to you. I'd be like,
no,
hey,
I think it's tainted
President
at this
Sunday
point.
did it.
No, I think it's tainted already. Like it's done. Like, look. As far as like the Destiny thing is concerned, like we were talking about the Chud Logic Deport the Blacks comment that was published
and I don't
to
think
the PV
Destiny
channel.
is like hired by them to be clear. I'm just saying like
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Maya Mayor.
Like you would focus on the affiliation.
Yeah, but I wouldn't affiliate with any of these people. Fuck, if you got Hassan involved, I wouldn't affiliate with him. And is he significantly bigger than Destiny anymore? I don't think he pulls that much bigger an audience. It's big.
Yeah, he dropped down to like 14K or something on Twitch.
And
I
where's
don't know if
Destiny
he's
now?
Twitch
Like Destiny's
exclusive.
hovering around 10K.
Destiny's at
8, 9.
10,
Yeah,
which
so
is impressive.
it's closing. Yeah, the
Yeah.
world's getting a little worse day by day.
Oh my god.
But,
disagree, but continue.
You would though. I don't think any of these people are
I've got
worth
9. Destiny's got 10. I got 9. Hassan has 14. Listen, we're not all that apart. Them and I.
making like these firm associates, because like you tied the destiny of this organization to people like Destiny and Vosh, and these people are deeply unstable. They have a tremendous amount of historical baggage.
I'm
They're
very stable. I have no historical baggage.
incredibly contentious and abrasive, to say the least. These
I'm
are
not contentious nor abrasive.
unifying figures. And
I
the only
am
thing
a
that's
unifying figure. I am the ultimate unifier, actually. You could call me the ultimate unifier. Like the avatar. I'm the avatar of the streaming world. I bring balance to the streaming world by mastering all of the elements.
Isn't that how you get attention?
Sorry?
Isn't that how you get attention?
Well, there is such a thing as negative attention if it causes a schism in a group that was otherwise
I agree with
unified
you.
in purpose, right?
Can I? Yeah, I agree with you, but can
true.
I present to you
I
a
have. And also the avatar state. I've mastered that as well.
theory of mine that I'd be curious if you agree with?
Sure.
So,
Oh, wait. No, I chose love and happiness. Never mind. I cannot master the avatar state. Forget it.
So I think that Destiny, when he first started his incest argumentation, I don't think he was that passionate about fucking one of his family members. I think that what he was doing was he was engaging in a provocative hypothetical in order to attract as many people as possible, in order to create a spicy conversation that would get him as many viewers as possible.
Yeah.
That's my theory on it. Do you just? I have a second part, but do you disagree with that part?
Do you mind if I answer that part quickly? Yeah, in a
Sure,
way that doesn't.
please.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is what Destiny is doing, but here's the difference. PV isn't just trying to get attention. PV is trying to get people motivated to go at great inconvenience and personal expense to travel
To canvas and get politically active. Yeah.
some distance to go door to door knocking for a political cause. That's a world of difference from getting someone to tune in to watch a spectacle on the internet. I will watch Mr. Girl on YouTube. I'm not going to get within sniffing distance of him, right?
Okay,
Very, very different
then-
dynamic.
True.
Then even if you already see where
I
I'm
will
going,
not watch Mr. Girl on YouTube, just so you know.
I'm going to present the second part.
I will not.
Even though you probably already agree with it. And you've already kind of moved away from my line of argumentation, but I'm just going to finish it. Vosh, similarly, I would argue that his consumption habits notwithstanding, part of the reason why he probably went with the CP argument is because he was looking for a similar, maybe even more controversial
Yeah,
take
probably.
that he could bring people in and try to beat them on a logical basis while still having like a spicy debate structure.
You could absolutely say that about some of those, yeah.
Okay. So, I think I have been tempted in the past. When you see me move my lips, those are the thoughts that are in my brain. I am not trying to manipulate anyone with something that is not actually happening inside my skull. So
That was
I
a
have been
very weird
tempted to,
sentence.
though-
Continue, sorry.
Yes. I have been tempted to, though, in the past, to be like, well, those motherfuckers got big off of some dumbass fucking controversy that they spiced up into like some crazy logical argument. Should I bother coming up with some like ridiculous, spicy hypothetical that logically follows something else in order to gain negative attention, but still attention? And my answer was no, because I don't operate that way. But at the same time, like, for me, if you're talking about operating in the internet space, you can't operate the same way that you would in real life. And the truth is that on the ground operations, now I could be talking out of my ass right now. As a matter of fact, I am. As far as I
I
understand
see.
it, on the ground operations is largely a boomer thing and kind of a Gen X thing. And when you're talking about millennials and Zoomers, you are not seeing on the ground
It's still important, though.
door knocking operations because nobody's fucking interested in it. Who wants to get up on a fucking Saturday in order to do that kind of shit, right? So the truth is that I don't think there is any competition for ground shit. I think this is it.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you in this context because, as we've already agreed, I don't think there's really anybody else who's doing like the streamer canvassing thing. But given that you're
But I don't
doing,
even know if there's other canvassing operations that are
well,
large.
well, fair enough. But we're talking about what's efficacious versus what's less efficacious than what you could do. So, if as a consequence of these particular associations, the people who would go, some of them are being pared away because, like, that number is being pared down rather because PV now seems to be represented by people on the face of it that are taking these what they consider to be really toxic positions, or they're taking these immoral positions, or so on and so forth. All you've accomplished by the association is cutting down the maximum number of people, whoever they are, who would show up to do canvassing. And
Repeating his argument.
just getting that negative attention doesn't do what you needed to do in that case, because you're not trying to get an audience. You're trying to get people who are willing
To act. You're trying to get people politically activated, yeah.
to actually like spend a decent amount of time and money.
Yep.
Even if you're paying their way, time and money, these people aren't working while they're doing this, to go door to door to like canvass with this organization for this particular political party. If you are spooking people from either endorsing the Democrat Party because they're spooked by the positions that are sort of trickling down to the leadership of PV, or if you're making it so that they just find it distasteful to associate with it, you've hurt the organization, like you've hurt yourself. What works for Vosh and Destiny doesn't work for PV. PV is a different kind of entity. It's not playing the same game. You're not trying to get views. You're trying to get volunteers.
Yeah.
I have to disappear now, actually. I just realized the time. We've been here for like 2 hours.
Okay.
But Connor, it's been a fun conversation, oddly. I don't know why we're having it exactly, but I enjoyed it. Kleeman,
Okay.
find
Excellent.
Jesus.
If I can pick your brain another time, let me know. It
All
was
right.
fun on my end as well.
I will do that. Cheerio.
Okay, that was it. Let's so to summarize, there are certain problems that President Sunday has with progressive victory. I'm still sort of, as I've said, this organization has been brought to my attention, and I'm sort of observing what different people have to say about it, and seeing sort of what the makeup of it is, what the sort of actions that it does are, etc., etc. And I'm sort of forming my own little view. So if you've enjoyed this little reaction, if you think it was pretty cool, pretty awesome, pretty nice, then press like, subscribe, hit the bell, and all these things that you should do to support the channel. Maybe even consider dropping a little bit of a tip on the page, maybe a little bit of a sub on the page. And with that said, I will go to the toilet, and then we'll decide what we'll do next together as a family of viewers. How's that sound? Okay, I'll just give you a choice. We can react to a Hassan thing, the Piers Morgan thing with Hassan, which was extremely wild. And then, okay, we can sort of get into, I can play a game while doing that. Monster Hunter World. Yeah. Or we can just play New Vegas. That's your choices. I'm gonna go to the toilet and I'll be looking at the chat for responses. That's what I'm gonna do. That is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm going to be very in tune with the chat. So Hassan or Game? Hassan versus Game. The game being New Vegas. Oof, it's so cold. Oh, I'm going to have to... Hassan. Okay. If it's gonna be Hassan, then we're going to... Also New Vegas. It's either or. You can do the both at once. Very funny and cathartic. Okay.
Scream
You're
at
an
me, Baldwin.
effing
All right.
terrorist. You're an effing terrorist. I heard that part was pretty wild as well. Heard that part was pretty wild as well.
Baldwin, which you haven't. What you haven't explained
is
to the
happening?
audience, and I've given you the chance repeatedly, is why you did what you did and why you think what you're doing now
What is happening?
does anything but make a mockery of all these people dying in Gaza. Because that's what you're doing.
That's that. Look, Pierce, you're trying to spin this into some bullshit. I know.
Okay,
Of a
no,
crackhead.
I'm not watching this. I'm not watching that. Okay, I'm gonna show you a bit of it, but I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not watching
Black
that.
girl, and I want to be that black girl.
Okay.
I want to be that black girl.
You know what,
I
crack-
got-
I'm not watching that. No, no, nope, no. Oh no, we're not doing this. No, nope, nope. That's not a thing that we're doing. That is no. I refuse. I refuse. Unless you pay me. Unless you actually pay me. But until then, I refuse.
All right, let's bring in my panel. Streamer Hassan Piker, journalist Emily Austin, uncensored contributor Esther Kraku, and podcaster James Barr. Well, Emily, I mean, on one level, I guess it was quite funny, but on another level, I didn't like what she did to Alec Baldwin. I've got no truck for Alec Baldwin whatsoever. And I think with this case that he's got hanging over him, I hope that justice is served, because ultimately he did fire the gun that killed that poor woman and has been on some kind of weird PR tour ever since. But I don't like to see any public figure, whether it's Eric Adams, the mayor, on a plane, or Alec Baldwin getting a coffee, harangued and harassed in that manner. Now, I tried to conduct a serious interview. She
What
obviously
was
wasn't
that?
used
Wow. That was something else.
to doing that, wanted to turn the whole thing into a foul-mouthed rant and joke and performative thing. Fine.
That's okay. We'll do New Vegas after this. I meant either or, as in the immediate now. We can only do one thing at once, right now. But after this, we can do New Vegas, no problem.
That's entirely her right to do it. But what did you think of these harassings, not just by her, but by other people, of public figures?
You tried to conduct a serious
You know-
interview with crackhead Barbie?
Well, no, I was asking her
sorry,
about
there's
a
a big
viral
delay
video of her harassing Alec Baldwin, which I do actually think is a serious thing. I do actually think public figures should not be harassed in that manner. I've had a bit of it myself, and I think it crosses a line. Right, and Alec Baldwin, you know, as far as I'm aware, has not said anything particularly sensational about the war at all. So why she is harassing him in the street in the way that she did, I think is worthy of examination. Now, as it turned out, she had no interest in having a serious conversation. Okay, so we've cut it off. But I don't think I should be blamed for getting on someone who is literally at the centre of a quite big news story in America for harassing a famous star. Do you?
What? That was so strange. Maybe we should watch it to have context. Like, what was that? Crackhead Barney takes on Pierce. Like, what the hell is happening? What is this? Like,
Hassan?
No, it was for clout. She was doing it for clout. That's why she went on the show, also for clout.
Right.
Which you were correct on pointing out that using the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and what's happening to the Palestinian people as a vehicle to create more social clout for yourself, social capital for yourself is pretty disingenuous, pretty
Okay, I
messed
have
up.
to jump in there though, because
Okay, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'm gonna go get a drink. I need a drink for this one. Don't worry, it's a non-alcoholic beverage. I need a drink. I'll be right back. I'm back.
No, what everybody's doing. Isn't
Well,
that
well,
what this
well, I
show,
was-
isn't that
well,
what this
I'll
show
co-
is also doing? Because
Well-
you're talking about create political clout,
Well,
to
hang on.
create
Okay,
noise,
I'll come back
to
to-
get clicks, to make money.
Listen, let's not all be disingenuous,
No,
right?
but the whole
We're all in-
conversation,
hang
and
on.
actually, Crackhead Barney isn't that different to you.
Well, actually-
and Crackhead Barney said it herself. She said we're no different, and I kind of agree with Crackhead Barney. I didn't think I'd say
If
it.
you think there's any correlation between what she just did
That
on
someone's
the show,
screaming over someone and not letting them speak.
Right.
There's definitely a correlation.
well, you think
there.
that I've treated you like she treated
No,
Ali
I'm
Baldwin?
just saying that I think that actually you aren't that different. You're trying to do the same
It's
thing.
ridiculous. I'll come
You're
back
just
to that.
doing it in a different way.
No, it's a preposterous suggestion. I do not do what she does, right? But Hassan, here's the point I would make to you. A lot of people think a lot of these protesters at universities in America are performative. The ones who are chanting their support for Hamas, the ones who are chanting about intifada and pretending it's not about a violent uprising. I mean, do you accept that a lot of that is not only performative, but public demonstration of support for terrorism?
Absolutely not. I don't think that. I mean, all protests are technically performative, obviously, but there's a very clear-cut goal for the group of students at Columbia and many other universities. I was in Melbourne not that long ago, and I attended a Palestinian protest there.
Apparently, it's gonna go a bit wild. This debate, so far, it's pretty calm. So far, it's pretty, I don't know. Well, but I suppose it's gonna go a bit more wild at some point.
there, and the students there were also demanding the exact same thing, that they divest, their colleges divest from a lot of the companies that are aligned with the state of Israel, a lot of the companies that are directly involved in operations in the West Bank, a lot of the companies that are playing a role in the regular maintenance of the apartheid regime of Israel and helping Israel conduct an ethnic cleansing campaign.
Just
that
you
is
wait.
the ultimate goal. That is why they're trying to very clearly cause a little bit of a disruption and engage
I
in.
mean, so far, I don't know. So far, so good, I guess. It's nothing out of the ordinary so far.
But are you
Thankfully,
comfortable? Okay, but are you
the
comfortable,
most American
Hassan?
thing you can do?
Are you comfortable
civil
with the
disobedience.
ones who are seen chanting support for Hamas or chanting about intifada?
Probably not.
I am perfectly comfortable with people chanting about the Intifada. As far as the Hamas thing goes, any kind of protest is always going to have a litany of random people, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. You have to look at the actual tangible goals that the protest movement is stating they're interested in. And I think that those goals, and I think you will agree with me on this, Piers, I think those goals are pretty valid overall.
I mean, you could argue that if that's the case, then those fringe elements should be ousted out of the protest. It's like with the discussion about the farmer protests, when people point out, hey, you have transparents that say Putin should come in and fix the Polish government and clean up. Help us, Putin. and people say, well, they're not really part of the wider farmer movement, etc. That's not really part of the wider farmer goals, just like Hassan said here. And I guess the response, just like in this case, would be here. Well, then why aren't those people sort of ousted out of the protest? Right? Wouldn't that be a legitimate thing to ask? Well, if that's the case, then why aren't they sort of weeded out within the protest itself?
I think that they want to, one, recenter the attention to the genocide that is ongoing in Gaza, and two, demand that their tuition dollars do not go to operations in Israel. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a campus. There's going to be a sister campus that is being built in Tel Aviv right now for Columbia University. This means that Columbia University, which once housed the likes of the late great Edward Said and many others, and that currently has many Palestinian students who pay tuition for projects such as this one, will not be able to go to that sister campus. I find that abhorrent, but it's everyday existence
All right.
in Israel.
Let me bring in Emily. You've been listening to all this. Your response?
With all due respect, Hassan, why do you feel that Columbia, or any college for that matter, owes you to divest from Israel? Why do you think your opinion is correct? Because so far, I heard the classic buzzwords: apartheid, discriminatory, ethnic cleansing, and genocide, which is funny because it's all the exact opposite. So if I may ask you, what about Israel is apartheid?
The exact opposite. Like, it would be difficult to argue that there's no ethnic cleansing, at least, happening within, like, Gaza, right? I think that would be a hard sell. Like, that there's this sort of collective punishment pushing people out of their homes, out of where they live, south, and then where? They don't have anywhere to go. It's just, I'm not sure if this is a strong point to just go in and say the exact opposite is happening, no? I'm just not so sure. You know? It's a pretty...
You also just said this.
It just... I don't know. This lady's coming in pretty strong. Over 1 million people being displaced. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the exact opposite. What does that mean? The exact opposite of an ethnic cleansing? Are people being invited to move in? Like, what's... I don't know. This lady seems...
The students in Israel, the campus in Israel would not allow Palestinians to join. Are you confused, or do you know nothing about the country of Israel? Because let me remind you, Jews are not allowed in the West Bank and Gaza. However, Arabs have full Israeli citizenship, have the rights, are members of the Knesset, which is the equivalent of, you can think of Congress, and even prosecuted a former Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, an Arab judge. So what apartheid exactly are you speaking about? What genocide? What ethnic cleansing? And secondly, how dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada? Let me remind you, the intifada last time it happened in Israel consisted of thousands of people dying in bus bombings. So are you saying that you support terrorism and killing innocent people?
Just nodding along.
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776,
violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. Yeah. What do you think? The American?
Okay,
do you think the American Revolution was
Hold on.
good? I'm an American, and in 1770, well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1770.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh boy.
Violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. Yeah. What do you think? The American?
Okay,
do you
we
think the
also
American
bombed.
Revolution
We
was
also
a tickle
bombed
party? Of course
Hiroshima.
not.
We
Don't-
also bombed
don't-
Hiroshima.
Don't. Yeah, I know, and that was also
Oh, is Hassan going to say that that was also unquestionably good?
unjust and unimaginably cruel.
Oh, okay.
Of course, the Israel Defender
so only
is also
when
defending
it fits
nuking
your narrative,
civilians
so when it
and
fits
killing
your
them by the
narrative, it's
hundreds of thousands.
justified.
Now
So
listen,
when it-
Nuking. I might not be super tuned in to the Israel-Palestine conflict, but as far as I know, I'm pretty sure nobody has been nuked yet. I'm pretty sure no nuking has taken place quite yet in Gaza.
When it fits
listen,
your
let's get back.
narrative, it's
Let's get back.
justified. But when it goes
Let's
against
refocus
it,
the
it's
conversation
unjust.
to the points that you made. Let's
what?
refocus the
But,
conversation to the points that you made.
Okay, look,
you said
just to
what are you
remind
talking
everybody,
about?
I'm actually moderating this, but that's an interesting
I am actually the one moderator.
point that Emily just raised, Hassan. It does seem that you're very selective about the violence that you support.
True.
That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hassan Piker thinks.
Uh-oh.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers.
What will get him to get mad and off the rails? A justified revolutionary act. I don't think that bombing bases is a justified revolutionary act, to be quite honest.
these boundaries? I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about.
Well, you just said that about revolution and how based it was, and that Antifada was just a revolution, just means a revolution. And she gave an example of people being killed in bombings of cars. And you said that was great because it's just a revolution. And now you say that you're against killing civilians, which contradicts what you just said before. So
October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7 specifically. When you target civilians in any capacity.
But
I
you
think
just
that
said before that it's just a revolution when you target civilians, and that it's based because apparently the US did it in 1776.
is unacceptable. However, this does not mean that violence will not occur in many circumstances. Violence has occurred in every single revolutionary action. Many good.
That's not true. That is actually not true. That just betrays that Hassan does not have knowledge about all revolutions. Like Poland, the change of the regime in Poland in 1989 from a quote-unquote communist one to a system that is capitalist, that is often referred to as a bloodless revolution because not a single person was hurt, even though that was basically a revolution happening. So no, what he just said is definitely not true. I just gave you a single example of a bloodless revolution. So
good revolutionary actions. Obviously, America bombing
so that's just not true.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki with an atom bomb.
Nagasaki, not Nagasaki.
That was not a very
Was what
good
Hamas did on
moment
October
for
the 7th
anybody. It was not a very good moment for human civilization at all.
Was what Hamas did on
But that's
October the
not the
7th?
point. I want-
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an example of what you would call a justified revolution?
I don't look at every single act of violence. I look at
You've
the
literally just
players.
been
I look
reciting
at
a
the
whole load of
systems
them.
of oppression.
Wow. Do you condemn Hamas?
Why
When
are
we
you
are
avoiding-
analyzing it,
why
and
are you
do it too,
avoiding
Piers.
October the 7th?
You do it too.
No, I don't.
I'm not avoiding it. I've talked about it a
Okay.
million times
Well,
over.
let me ask you
I'd
one
like
more
to
time.
just
Hang
say-
on,
This
hang
is
on.
not what we're here to discuss.
Emily, hang
This
on.
is not what we're here to
Hassan,
discuss.
let me
She
just ask
said
you. Let me
very
just ask you
specifically,
directly one
Israel's
more
not an
time.
apartheid state.
Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or
We'll see. Let's see what the answer will be.
no?
I mean, by his logic, you have to say yes.
I do not, and I do think that.
Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's let me clarify. Let me clarify something very important here. Events that unfolded on October 7 were atrocities. That much is clear. those atrocities could have been avoided if Israel was not an apartheid regime. Israel has been an apartheid
Can you
regime for
answer how
75
Israel's an
years.
apartheid regime?
In the
Because
early,
you keep repeating
no,
that.
you can't
keep
just
repeating
chime in.
that.
You can't just
Back
chime in.
it
You
with
ask me a question.
evidence.
You want it?
Why
you ask
is
me a question.
Israel an
I'm going to give
apartheid
you an
regime?
answer.
Jesus. It's not very productive so far.
Because you're repeating
Israel
these
has been an
lies.
apartheid
Go
regime
ahead,
since
please.
its inception. Until
How so?
1967, Israel was an apartheid regime for the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arabs, as you called them. There was a two-tier criminal justice system. They were subjected to military court processes and not the civil court processes until 1967. After 1967, they got citizenship. There are obviously still many different social issues that pertain to the Palestinian citizens of Israel, the Arabs that are living in Israel, those who are not Jewish, of course. However, Israel currently is occupying the West Bank. There are more than 2 million
And Gaza, you could argue, no?
Palestinians that live in the West Bank. Israel's illegally occupying the West Bank. There are checkpoints. There are license plates that restrict Palestinian travel. The Israeli operations in the West Bank have destroyed Palestinian statehood. Now, of course, all of this is readily available for those who want to learn about it, yourself included. I hope you look it up. B'Tselem is an Israeli human rights organization which declared Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021, in the April of 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid
Uh-oh.
regime.
Let me. Okay,
and
before
so
I
did-
move. Okay,
You know
before.
what,
so
hang
did
on,
the
hang
Human
on,
Rights Watch.
hang on. Before we.
Modding. This is definitely not a moderator. Definitely not that.
I just want to bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hassan, I can't quite work out whether you said you do think October the 7th was.
Oh gosh, we're going back to the... Shouldn't we move on? Shouldn't we discuss this thing that was discussed right now? Shouldn't we, I don't know, focus on... Can we focus on one thing at a time? Like, Dave went on a whole thing, and now he's bringing it back to some other thing. Like, that's just... Mod! Come on! Moderate! Like, just... Ugh.
An unjustified act of revolution, or whether you change your mind. So can you clarify?
He answered this. Ugh. He said no. Just don't go back to that old thing. Let's move on. And ugh.
I think that violent means of maintaining an apartheid is inevitably going to yield violent retaliation.
So
this
was it
is
justified?
something that is completely avoidable.
Was it justified?
Civilian deaths are never justified.
You know what, Hassan?
Hang on,
my
Emily.
You look-
Hang on,
So that's a non-answer if there ever was one.
Emily.
You look Hirsch
Emily, let me.
Goldberg, Poland's mother in the eyes. No, you look this.
Hang
That's
on,
my
Emily.
You look,
Hang on, Emily.
You look Hirsch
Emily, let me.
Goldberg, Poland's mother in the eyes. No, you look this person's mother in the eyes, and you tell him that this was justified. You tell him his arm being blown off and being held in captivity for 200 days is justified.
I do love that the Israel
false
defender
narrative,
has no
you think that
capacity to
Gaza
fucking hear
belongs
anything
to
I'm
the
saying.
Palestinians who are
What are you
made up
talking
identity.
about?
Well, now it's going off the rails. Let's okay. Are we getting anything out of this?
It just, if you're not going to respect me
You
and
think
listen
that
to what
we're
I have to
occupying
say,
the West
which,
Bank.
by the way,
you
of course
think
you
we've
don't
occupied
respect.
Gaza.
Oh, if you talk
Look what
over each other,
happened.
nobody
I'll
can
just
hear
keep
you.
speaking
I just
over
What do you mean?
you.
I
That's what
think
you
it's
do.
not.
just
I
wanna-
think.
Okay. I mean, the West Bank and the Gaza are being sort of occupied by Israel, but that's neither here nor there. Is this going to go anywhere?
Give
It's not, I
Hassan-
think it's the entire
Hassan,
world knows.
No, it is you
okay?
think.
It's
Hang
the
It's
entire
only
world
things that
knows
Emily,
promote
what you're
please.
your
doing.
narrative.
Let me handle this, Emily. Hassan, just
Jesus.
before I come to the two people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here.
Oh, they've not been able to say a thing. It's been going on for a bit, but they're not being able to even say a thing. They've not been able to chime in at all. Shouldn't it be like you get a few minutes to speak, you get a few minutes to speak, you get a few minutes to speak, and then everybody gets at least a few minutes to speak at first, and then they get into the, like that. This is like that. You're a very bad moderator, Piers Morgan. You're a very, very bad moderator.
It
You're
seems like
not a good moderator.
dancing around whether you think October the 7th
Piers,
was
why
justified
are
or
we
not.
doing this? Why are we doing this back and forth masturbation? I've already given you
Yeah,
my fucking
Piers, why are you
position.
doing this?
I'm
He's
sick and
happy.
tired
It's
of
Jews
repeating it
Day.
over
Jesus Christ, what's happening here? What is this? What's happening?
and over again.
Okay,
Because
I just
it's
asked
Jews,
this.
it's okay.
Ask this
Emily, stop
demon next to
talking.
me.
Group, it's
wearing a
Emily,
Oh boy, I have to say that the Destiny one was a bit more organized, a bit more, I don't know. I gotta say that the Destiny one was a bit more constructive in retrospect. It was, they were able to discuss things, they were able to go back and forth, they were able to, this is just a mess. Nothing's being said, nothing's really being, okay.
fucking
come back
IDF
to you.
dog
Only
tag.
when it's Jews, it's okay.
Please
We're
stop
not
shouting
doing
at
that.
each
demon next
other.
to me wearing an IDF dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's
No,
actions are
bring
justifiable.
them home.
Do you
it's
see
to
me
bring the
rocking the
hostages
fucking
home. The hostages
All right,
that you
you're talking
rightly
over
believe
each other.
belong in
All
the
right, you know what
tunnels
it
of
is.
Gaza.
I'm going to
Oh boy.
give you
why
two.
it
Yeah.
looks
I'm going to
that
let
way.
you two
That is
calm
the
down.
same
It's
side-
Again, these two have not been able to speak once. Once.
Yeah,
shape
We
of an
cannot
IDF
hear
dog tag.
you
You're
when you
wearing
talk
that
over each
to
other.
troll people.
Every time recently, I have someone
Okay.
from both
I'm
sides
wearing
on,
this
like
to
it
troll
goes like
people.
this.
I'm wearing this rusty necklace.
Please,
because
can you
there are
listen to me,
200 Israeli
Emily?
Civilians
Yeah,
in Gaza
All right,
right now.
can you
as
stop
hostages.
doing this to each other, please?
Emily.
Nobody
Emily.
can. Nobody
Emily,
can understand a
can you
word.
condemn the
Jesus. How professional.
Either of you saying.
Israel?
Now, let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems.
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily condemns
No,
the
no,
actions of
Hassan,
Israel.
you
Why
will
don't you ask
please
her
let me
about that?
moderate the debate.
Why don't you ask her about
I don't condemn
30,000
the
people
idea.
I've got two
I
panelists
condemn
here
the
who've not
fact
had
that
a
on
word
October
yet.
7th,
Because you're a
they
fucking
should-
True. You do have two panelists that have not gone a word yet. You're not doing a very good job at moderating. I'll just tell you that. You're not doing a very good job at moderating. Do you not have the ability to mute people on this thing? On this, like, sort of... Do you not have the ability to just mute people?
Please stop
civilians from their
talking.
Like, that should be a tool at your disposal, no?
homes. And I think you're a terrorist.
There's no semblance of control. There's no semblance of control.
And I think you're a terrorist as well.
Okay, well, I'm not the one wearing.
Because
He's just. You're the moderator. You're supposed to navigate these sort of situations. Like, you're supposed to be able to navigate these situations. Like, come on. Come on.
I'm not
the
the one
You look so helpless. You look so hopeless. Like, come on. This is not a difficult situation. You mute them both. You say, okay, have you calmed down? You're muted. Have you gotten out of your system? So now we're going to the next two panelists that have not been able to say anything. Easy. Done. Boom. If streamers can do it, then why can't you? These situations have happened millions of times on panels. An easy solution. Bam! You're both muted. Nobody can hear you. You done? You done now? You gonna be calm now? Okay, we're going to the next people. Could it be that I'd be a better mod in a panel than Piers Morgan? Could that be the case? Oh gosh, that is so embarrassing for everybody involved. I mean, perhaps maybe, except for these two, because they've not been able to say anything.
Just are home. Don't expect the
He's just shaking his head. He's just shaking his head. He looks so helpless.
to be over.
Signia. Yeah, I know.
Bring
you don't
them
care about the
home.
hostages. If you
I
cared
love
about the
how you're
hostages,
condemning
you would
me.
be
You are
screaming at
exposing
Benjamin Netanyahu.
your own terrorism
Benjamin
on live
Netanyahu
television.
is-
Oh, they will be able to say anything. They will be able to. Oh God.
He's the hostage
You are
killer.
exposing. You know,
Benjamin
excuse
Netanyahu
me,
has
you
killed
should
more
condemn
hostages
Hamas.
than
What do
Hamas
I
You need
has.
to be
think you're
condemning
achieving
Hamas
here?
Talking
for
about.
not only oppressing the Palestinian people, but for spreading terrorism. I don't see your outrage at Hamas. Israel gave Gaza
All right,
back
listen,
in
I
2005,
would like to, please.
and Hamas
You
has
don't
turned
think
this
you
into
both,
a
please?
I think
terrorist
Hamas is the
haven.
lesser
instead of
Emily
building
and
a
Hassan.
safe-
Can you
Is the
please show
lesser
some
evil.
courtesy
Hamas
to the
is
other
the lesser
panelists?
evil in comparison to
Okay, I expected something different. I expected they would actually be able to talk. I heard that this was wild, but I didn't expect it to be so pointless. I didn't expect it to be so counterproductive. I just, what are they even doing? What do the both of them hope to accomplish through this? I'm just baffled.
Israel.
Can
And
you
why is the moderator so helpless?
please stop talking, both of you, and
You
let
hear
the
me?
other two panelists have a
You want a
say.
soundbite, Pierce? I'll give you
Give
a
them some
soundbite.
courtesy. Please. Some courtesy for your co-panelists here. Now, Esther, this
You could just, whatever.
is one of the problems I have with this whole debate, is that increasingly it just descends into a screaming match between pro-Palestinian
Yeah, and there are tools that moderators typically online have in these sort of situations that they can utilize to sort of take control of the situation. But I guess you opted not to make that a part of your arsenal as a mod.
and pro-Israelis.
And the
I'm not
biggest losers
impressed.
are the
She has
victims
no
of this
respect.
war. 33,000 dead Palestinians, over 1,500 dead Israelis. These are the biggest victims of this, because you're shouting at each other and nothing is getting, like, you're completely, forget having no courtesy for us. You're completely disrespecting actual victims of this conflict, which, by the way, didn't happen in a vacuum. And I think that's the most important thing to say about this. None of this happened in a vacuum. Of course, October the 7th was an atrocity, and it was completely unjustified. There was no justification for butchering people in the way that they did. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of the people that live in Gaza weren't even born at the time that Hamas came in power. So I really just, I despise this, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a genocide supporter, all of this, when really the people that we should be talking about deserve better.
Okay, James, on the wider point of these
Damn.
protests.
Well, I couldn't get to that part because I wanted to describe what the apartheid is, and
Okay.
Emily cut in immediately to chirp about some random shit.
Okay, you were both abusing each other. It was very unedifying.
It was very
let
clear.
me ask James. James, on the protests.
Yeah, dude.
On the protests.
Yeah, dude.
Look, I believe in the right to protest. That's an absolute bedrock of any democracy. But I don't believe in the right to support terror groups publicly or to chant about support for Hamas.
I mean, those sort of people that support terrorism should be ousted out of the protest. I think so. Yeah.
or to chant about intifada, which is a violent uprising. Where's the line for you with these?
I agree. I think we have to condemn what Hamas did, and I don't think the words that have been used so far have been strong enough. I mean, it was the worst thing we've seen in a very long time. It was disgusting, appalling, awful for everyone involved. I also have a lot of sympathy, if not, I can't think of a bigger word, for the people of Gaza. It's awful, and I will agree with you. I do want a free Palestine, and I also want a free and successful Israel, but I don't want.
So basically, this person's not saying anything. It's all awful. I would like it all to end well.
Innocent people murdered. So yeah, you can't go to a protest and start shouting about support for Hamas. That's insane.
Isn't it ironic that something like this has become a haven for like the mentally unwell? You're talking about something as serious as a conflict in Israel and Gaza, and for some reason you have really uneducated people that are clearly 20 years ago would have been in an asylum supporting this openly, not even knowing the conflict, not even knowing the context of what they're supporting, and for some reason we even give it airtime. That's what upsets me.
But
These people don't deserve airtime.
Right? Everyone is so triggered on both sides, on all sides, and rightly so, because a lot of terrible stuff has happened. So that's where the emotion is coming from. But really, I think we all want the same thing, and that is for innocent people to not be murdered or
This panel is horrifying. There's a bit
slain in the streets.
Right. I mean, look, Hassan.
But,
hang on,
can I add
Emily.
something?
This, wow.
Please, I'll come to you. Let me just ask Hassan. When you and Emily go at each other like you just did, nobody wins.
This is. I didn't expect this. I saw some titles of videos that said that this is like the most unproductive panel ever, but I still expected something else. I still sort of suspected it to be a bit more anything at all.
I mean, no one can really understand a word you're saying because you're shouting over each other. You end up just calling each other terrorists. There's no sensible dialogue here. There's no constructive conversation. It's just two implacably opposed sides abusing each other. Do you understand that?
Yeah, listen, Piers, okay? This is going to always be a very heated discussion, okay? Having a conversation
Well, we
about
can have a heated discussion without it devolving into nonsense. I'm sorry. You can have heated discussions as long as there's still discussions. This is not a discussion. There's no discussing happening here. That's the, you know? In order for a heated discussion to be a discussion, it has to be first a discussion.
heated this discussion is utterly unproductive. Every single moment that we use on air, not talking about every single university building being desecrated, destroyed. The fact that we're having this conversation on the eve of hundreds of mass graves being unearthed right now in many different parts of Gaza around hospitals that Israel had laid siege to is disgusting. I agree. I came on here, as I have done last time as well, and as I will probably do in the future as well.
Hundreds of mass graves.
With one simple goal in mind, which is to address all of the misinformation that surrounds stuff like this. As far as the crackhead Barbie thing goes, yeah, she's a random TikTok influencer who gives a shit about what she has to say. She's obviously doing it for clout. But the students over at Columbia, okay, the students that I have talked to at the Columbia University Apartheid Divest group, the students that I've talked to from Jewish Voice for Peace.
All right, Emily, let me just
Wait,
ask...
he was just cut? Was this a weird edit? Well, what happened here? It was just boom. Well, what happened? What was this abrupt cut? What was that?
The same thing I
talked to from Jewish Voice for Peace.
What was that?
All right, Emily.
Group. The students that I've talked to from Jewish Voice for Peace.
All right, Emily.
What was that? What happened? What? What the hell? What happened here? Well, what happened between here and there? Huh?
Let me just ask you the same thing I asked Hassan.
Why was that just cut?
When you guys scream at each other and call each other terrorists,
that
it
was
doesn't
awkward as
obviously achieve
hell.
anything other than it becomes unintelligible to the audience. You know, is there not a better way we can have this conversation?
Funnily enough,
it was so awkward.
Correct. And funnily enough, I have the same exact answer as Hassan. My job here is to make sure that I'm debunking false narratives that Hassan is clearly spewing. My job here is to call out hypocrisy. And I just saw another one where he's saying that crackhead Barney, whoever the hell that girl was, is a lunatic, but Aaron Bushnell, who lights himself on fire, is a hero. You can't pick and choose whatever fits your narrative. And I keep on repeating that over and over again because the Palestinian movement will literally just take what they can get, spew all of the truth into their false narrative, spread misinformation, and then you say that we're the liars. You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you... No, it says bring them home.
You're using the hostages as a simple political tool to make propaganda in the West. Is quite disgusting. The protests that are happening in Israel right now are massive.
Are a political tool?
And those protests...
Why?
You are using humans in captivity as a political tool. It's so obvious.
Why, Hassan? Why?
I guess you're not gonna have any sort of. Hassan says he got cut here. I mean, he did. He clearly did. I'm sorry. He did get cut here. He doesn't have to say it. I saw it. Like, he doesn't have to say he got cut here. He clearly got cut mid-sentence here. Yes. Like, that part is clear. He did get caught here.
Why are you dehumanizing?
And I can just wonder what is it that he said after the
Just because I have no problem admitting the Palestinians.
I guess I'll never know what he said there.
I'm
better.
not.
I feel
You're
terrible at the
using them as a
casualties.
political
I
pawn.
can say
If
that.
you cared about
You
the hostages,
can't.
you would be
Hassan,
in Tel
not
Aviv
Hamas
right
are
now
using the
alongside.
hostages.
All right, let me bring in James. Let me bring in James,
Hassan, alone
Let me
at
bring in
home, they're
James,
not a
please.
I'm sorry that I
political
can't
pawn.
listen to
Please.
that.
Oh boy.
Let me bring in James.
I agree with both of your
Sorry,
arguments,
can you
but
please, when I say stop talking, please stop talking. We've got 4 people here. James.
if anyone is using hostages, surely it's Hamas, Hassan. How can you say that? How can you use that argument? That's a crazy thing to say. It's Hamas
What do
that
you mean, how can I
have
use that
taken
argument?
these
There are
people from their
currently
homes,
tens of thousands of people in
murdered their
Israel.
relatives.
There are currently tens of thousands of Israeli citizens right now in the streets of Israel, in the streets of Tel Aviv, outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house, protesting every single day. What are they protesting? They're protesting for Benjamin Netanyahu to facilitate a ceasefire with Hamas so that they can actually bring the hostages home. That is precisely the
But
number one
who
goal
here
of
is
the
using
family
the
members of the
hostages?
hostages.
Who
And
is
if
using the
anyone on
hostages?
this panel was
No,
being
answer
even a
that
little bit
question.
honest,
You've
they would
changed-
recognize
You're not
the
listening to
reality
my
that,
question.
listen, just listen.
You didn't listen to my question.
Listen to what I'm saying,
Looks so angry.
and you will understand perhaps what I'm trying
That's
to imply
very
here.
patronizing.
Utilizing the
Jesus.
hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here.
Oh my god. Oh.
Chirping all the way from fucking
Chirping.
London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit. Where,
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. No, that's what I call a productive conversation on the topic. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Palestine.
you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything.
Oh gosh.
Okay? I don't
literally
give a
didn't
shit
say
about
that.
what your
I said-
perspective is.
I agree.
Oh my god. Oh. Oof.
Hassan
With
doesn't
quite a
like
lot
what
of
you
the
have
things
to
you're saying,
say, so
Hassan.
you're wrong. It's Hassan's way or the highway.
I mean, you
Wow,
are. You
really
are. There is no
clever you
both sides
are.
on a genocide.
I mean, that is often the case. It's Hassan's way or the highway, but that's neither here nor there. It's either Hassan's way or you're a psychopathic pervert, I guess.
Is there a
Really
both sides of a
clever.
genocide? There is no both
Well,
sides.
the thing is, it's
there-
interesting you
there
should
is-
mention the
Really?
hostages.
There
What
is
is
no
in the
both
Hamas
sides being
charter?
an
They want
apartheid
a Jewish genocide, but that's okay. But a
the
Jewish
thing is,
genocide is okay.
if you're talking about the well-being of the
Hamas
if you're talking about the well-being of the hostages, what sense did it make for the IDF to flatten about 70% of Gaza? Because I completely agree.
Thank
Bring the
you.
hostages home. If you look at Gaza, the topography of Gaza right now, it looks like a pancake. So I'm sorry, this whole argument of Hamas using them as human tools, fine, but the IDF has also
I'd
been
like
using
to
it
fact
to
check
continue
that
that
because that's
campaign.
just simply
If
not
you
true.
if you were told that if God
Sorry, what?
the IDF has also
I'd
been
like
using
to
it
fact
to
check
continue
that
that
because that's
campaign.
just simply
If
not
you
true.
fine, but
She needs to fact check Gaza being destroyed. She needs to fact check that because that's simply not true. Oh. Okay. So yeah, okay. Okay, lady.
The IDF has also
I'd
been
like
using
to
it
fact
to
check
continue that
because that's
campaign.
just simply
If
not
you
true.
if you were told
Mm-hmm. That's just simply not true. Interesting. That is.
that if God forbid if your relative was one of the hostages and you saw what's happening right now, and I met someone whose mother is a hostage, and he said he didn't want his mother and her being taken to be used in the name of violence. Right now he's sitting at home wondering, okay, what is the logic of trying to bring my mother home when you flattened Gaza? Please explain that to us.
Okay. Is she gonna say that that's not true? That Gaza is being bombed to...
So, can I
Because
pose
you
a
might
question
very
to
well you might
'Cause
very well pull
everyone
those
seems to
hostages from under
criticize
the
Okay,
this.
let Emily respond to that.
Everyone wants to criticize the IDF's response, but nobody wants to tell me what should Israel be doing to retaliate October 7th, eradicate Hamas from preventing another October 7th, and bring the hostages
I have
home.
an idea.
Do you have a solution?
I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea. Do not flatten Gaza and potentially pull your own hostages up from under the rubble, like have been done with thousands of Palestinians. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Have you found any of
What was that? What was that? What was that? Oh my god. Jesus. That brings me back. I feel like I'm back. I really don't like the Zionist woman. That's, yeah, she's something else.
So you're
under the
saying that you
rubble?
don't have an answer.
That is the
So
answer.
you
Don't
have
kill
an
your own
answer.
hostages.
But you're quick
That's
to
an
condemn the
answer.
idea.
That is an answer. Yeah, don't kill your own hostages. That is true. That is true. That is a good solution, not killing your own hostages. Yeah.
But you
does that
don't have an
sound?
answer.
I also
How
have
about
an
not killing the
answer.
hostages?
Very interesting.
I have an answer.
Thank you
Okay.
for proving my point.
It's called the
correct. Yes,
dissolution
Hassan.
of the apartheid regime. That's what it's called. Dissolve the apartheid
So
regime.
what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians
Hassan?
breathing room. Do you not understand the English language?
We're
Dissolve
delayed.
the
It's delayed.
apartheid regime.
You need a Xanax. First of all, you need a Xanax. Okay, so should Israel do
Yeah, I'm
to
sorry.
the West Bank
30,000
what they did to
Palestinians
Gaza?
have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the
Should
Israeli
Israel
state.
give
It makes
back
me a
the
little
land so
upset
that it can
when
turn
someone is
into another
defending that.
Gaza? Is that what you'd like to see? Another terrorist haven launching rockets all day instead of turning it to Singapore? Because that's what they did in 2005.
Wait, hold
We
on.
see
Which
how that
what is
worked.
Singapore?
The
The West
billions
Bank.
of dollars in
Hold on,
aid
is
they
the
turned
West
into
Bank
building
Singapore?
Jesus.
tunnels. Is that what you'd
Wait,
like
wait,
to
wait,
see?
wait.
bombing?
I don't know.
Who's
Have I
bombing
gone
Singapore
deaf?
every day?
Sorry,
What,
Emily.
is
Is the
Singapore
West
an
Bank
open-air
supposed to be
prison?
Singapore?
What are you talking about?
Is the West Bank supposed to
The
be
West
Singapore?
Bank the West Bank has a port. They can import and export. Israel gave them a great piece of land. They received billions of dollars in aid, not only from
Israel
the
gave
U.S.,
them a great
but
piece of
Israel
land?
gave. Are you
No.
mad? They had a chance to rebuild, but they spent the last 15 plus years crying
Oh, wow.
that they don't have
Okay.
enough
The
land
West Bank
because there
is
is never
Singapore.
enough land for them instead of rebuilding. But that's okay. Okay, build terrorist tunnels. Don't build hotels and don't rebuild
Israel
civilization.
has
Just build
not
terrorist
allowed
tunnels to keep hostages
Palestinians
in.
to have a nation state that they deserve by international law since the inception of the Israeli nation state. What you are saying is insane to me. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting.
Oh, I have
okay?
one more question.
You are a disgusting little monster
one more question.
who thinks
One more question.
that not offering contiguity to the Palestinians in the form of a state, which is under international law, is just simply
Wait, I have
Palestinians
one
crying.
question.
Okay?
This
Problem is,
West
Palestinians
Bank
don't
Singapore.
want a two-state
Hold on.
solution.
This
they want
West
a
Bank
one-state
Singapore.
solution that eradicates the Israelis, which is not an option.
Fine. This West Bank
You're wrong.
Singapore. What place
You're wrong.
does the settlements play in that? How? Please paint a picture of how the West Bank of Singapore or whatever, Singapore of the West Bank.
West Bank of Singapore. Jesus. West Bank of Singapore.
How does this illegal settlements fit
Ma'am,
into that?
I think you're completely missing. You're missing the picture.
Just explain to me
Israel
how the
wanted to
settlements
give
fit into
them
that picture.
a piece of land. I'm
How-
explaining it.
Okay, I'm listening.
The picture is they got a great piece of land to turn into society. Instead
Who
of turning
got
it
the
into
land?
civilized society,
Who did?
Hamas. Israel gave the land to Gaza. They
So
withdrew.
then why the
they
Israeli
removed
settlers?
Israelis
It's not Israel's
from
land
their
to give.
homes.
But
It's
then
not
why
Israel's
were
land to
Israeli
give.
settlers
It is
then?
not Israel's land to
2005.
give.
There are no Jews or Israelis. There are no settlements in Gaza.
In the West
they
Bank.
gave it to
in the West
the
Bank. They're not in the
Palestinians.
West
Are
Bank.
still being cut off by Israel, so it's totally dependent on Israel. It's not independent. Gaza is not independent, so.
I'm speaking about Gaza, and
Oh,
now
I'm
you're
asking
changing
about
the
West
narrative.
Bank because I was interested
I'm
in knowing about
showing you.
Singapore.
I'm telling you that if
Palestinians-
Israel pulls out completely from the West Bank,
This person just has nothing to say, just looks flabbergasted.
if I'm speaking, if Israel pulls out,
What is this person's role here? They just said, oh, it's all tragic and bad, and it's sad, really, all that's happening. Because it's like, what is this person's contribution?
from the West Bank, you can bet your ass it turns into the next Gaza. The world does not need two Gazas because one Gaza has already caused enough damage. If, however,
Yes.
Gaza decides to demand
Every
that
argument
Hamas
with Israel
removes
is
themselves
about
from
some
power,
hypothetical.
and they
It's-
Gaza has. Wait, so did Hamas do the damage or did Gaza as a whole do the damage? Which is it? Like because the language of Gaza did enough damage. Actually, believe it or not, is the language of justifying punishing the entirety of Gaza. Just so you catch that. I'm smart, so I caught it. Gaza has done enough damage. It's not Hamas has done enough damage. It's Gaza has done enough damage. See? It's like, I caught it. You might have not caught it, but I caught it. I got it.
can have democracy.
Israel has to do a
then yes,
genocide
there's
because if
potential
Israel
for a
doesn't do a
two-state
genocide,
solution.
then the Gaza
There's
is
no
not
genocide.
bit like
the
you're
only
victim
genocide
blaming
is the Hamas
Palestinians in
charter that
Gaza.
You
wants to
With
cannot
eradicate
do
the Jews.
defensive genocide.
You know, it's interesting the
cannot
word
do defensive
genocide
genocide.
because
Genocide.
hang on, it's
There
interesting
is
the
no
word. It's interesting.
genocide
Hang
happening.
on.
It's
What is this person talking about?
just a
Israel is
buzzword.
doing
I would love to get a
genocide.
word in,
More
please. Interesting the word genocide because I've listened to all this fractious debate, everyone talking over each other. The truth is that actually only one side is publicly said that they wish to pursue a genocide, and that is Hamas. Hamas, after October the 7th, through their official spokesman on camera, said they wanted to do it again and again and again. That is the purest articulation
It's almost like she thinks every Gaza citizen is Hamas.
of a genocide imaginable. And the one thing I never hear from the pro-Palestinian side
You
is
really think-
what Israel was
Piers,
actually...
Piers,
Hang on.
Piers,
No, don't
Piers.
interrupt me.
So one
I haven't
Hamas
asked you a
official,
question yet.
One Hamas guy.
Sorry, I
But
need to
that's
ask you a
ridiculous.
question.
You're being a ridiculous person.
I'm not
You're
being a ridiculous person.
Is he gonna get kicked of this little thing? He's gonna get kicked.
person.
I'm just saying, nobody ever
Because
tells
how
me...
many Israeli officials, even on your show, have said we should keep doing what we have been doing to Gaza over and over again? How does that not register in the same genocidal intent? If you think what that dude was saying, which was, by the way, ridiculous what he was saying, the Hamas official was saying, is that we're going to do October 7th over and over again.
but he said it.
We are justified in doing it over and over again. Yes, I find that to be abhorrent. However, what you fail to recognize is that's the genocidal intent, but not Amalek. That's the genocidal intent, but not saying we are fighting human.
Hey Lucy, I have to go do some work and such. I was nice watching. I'll be next stream. Have a good one. Thank you. I have to take my HRT soon as well.
Animals, and that's why we have to cut off their food, their water, and their electricity. That was Defense Minister Yoav Gallant
There
who
we
said
go with
that.
the lies
Benjamin
again.
Netanyahu
You're saying
has
Israel
routinely
cuts
talked
off their
about this over and over
electricity.
again.
They don't even
Israeli
provide
interior
their
security-
electricity.
Israeli,
You're saying they cut off their water. They don't cut off their water.
politicians,
You are
Israeli,
spewing lies on national
can you stop?
television.
Can you? I'm
I
talking
think
about
so. Hang on.
No, because
It's not
I'm not,
about
I'm
you.
not
Again,
gonna
you're
stop.
talking
I'm not gonna
over
let you
each
spew
other.
lies.
Some of
I'm
the
sorry,
some of the
name me another
comments...
This person's not a very good moderator now.
Army that
There's no
provides
doubt,
aid
Emily,
to people they're at war with.
some of the
Only
comments-
Israel.
some of the-
Pierce,
Israel is
no, Pierce,
All
I'm not
right,
letting him
the
spew
most
misinformation.
caring
I'm not letting
country
him
on the
spew
fucking
blatant
planet.
I
lies
swear to
on
God.
television.
Start it again.
This is pointless. We get...
It's over. It's so over. The panel is over. It's just because the moderator cannot moderate. I'm gonna be honest. It's just this is a case of a moderator not being able to moderate.
Getting
No,
nowhere.
because he's
Thank
spewing
you.
Did Yoav Gallant
misinformation.
not say that?
Israel's cutting off electricity,
Okay.
water, and aid. Just
We're getting-
spew-
Just moderate. Just try moderating.
lies. I'm not
Minister
gonna let
Yoav
you do
Gallant
it.
say we are fighting human animals or not? Answer that question. Did Defense Minister Yoav
Yes,
Gallant
yes,
say
yes.
we are
Hamas
fighting
is
human
human
animals and we have to
animals.
cut off their
Hamas-
electricity,
correct.
cut off their food, cut off their water?
Okay.
Yeah, the slight
You know
that
what?
Israel,
I'm going to cut
Israel
off. I'm
provides
going to cut off
79%
this debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I
Okay.
appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you.
Okay. That was streamer panel hosts do a better job moderating. I swear.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're shaking your head, but you just didn't do your job. You didn't do your job of moderating. That's on you. I'm sorry, that's on you. Well, whatever. No, wait, that just happened. So now I have to go and take my estrogen. But I do have a question, I guess. Because we've been streaming for about 5 hours, 30 minutes. So we have a choice to make. I can either just go take my HRT and then I guess go to bed, go to sleep. Or we can play a game. But with a caveat. If you want me to stay and play a game after 5 hours and 30 minutes, then you have to donate. That's the choice. I bet now everybody's gonna tell me to go to bed. Hippie time. I knew it. Okay then I guess I'll just finish the stream and go to bed. Am I sleepy? A bit. I am a bit sleepy, yeah. So I guess I'll just see you tomorrow. It's been 5 hours, 30 minutes. So I guess I'll just see you tomorrow. Yeah? Unless you want to donate and make me play the game. I'm fishing for those donations. Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, it's still tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Mwah. Mwah.